Greetings and welcome to the International Freedom Forum, coming to you live from Seoul, Korea, where it is now 11 p.m.
Wow.
And yeah, we're going to be pulling an all-nighter here
Right.
until 6 a.m. I am Casey Lartigue, co-president and co-founder of Freedom Speakers International, and along with Eun-gu Lee.
Yes, hello. My name is Eun-gu Lee. I'm a co-founder of FSI. Welcome to International Freedom Forum today.
All right, and our agenda is we're going to hear from 4 North Korean refugees who are now based in the USA. I like to call them the North Korean Americans. The names are Cherie Jeong, Evelyn Jeong, Seohyun Lee, and Yeonmi Park.
Wow, great. Also, we have 5 college students who have already demonstrated leadership when it comes to empowering North Korean refugees and addressing North Korean issue. Also, they will play Raffle time.
That's right. And speaking of the raffles, we're going to have 2 of them, and you're going to have a special opportunity to win a signed copy of Yeonmi Park's book. And I have to say, don't forget to look at pages 259 and 270. I mentioned on both of them. Yes, that's right.
Also, we have several copies of Eun Kim's books to give away during the trivia time, quiz time.
Right. And now we do have something serious that we're going to ask everyone who's watching tonight, and that is to take a survey. Because obviously we want to prove to the sponsors that this has been something valuable, if we want to do it again, for example. So please let them know what you learned and what was valuable about tonight.
Yeah, also, we will give out 1 free postcard for all attendees, thanks to our sponsor. So you can thank the sponsor by filling out the survey.
And we do want to mention that our main sponsor is Uni Korea. And without them, this forum would not have been possible, right? And this is our second time to host a large event with them, and Eun-gu will talk about that a little bit later.
Yes.
We've also gotten additional support from the Atlas Network, which has helped us with our switch from tutoring to public speaking. So thank you so much for them for helping making this possible. And Eun-gu has been the main organizer internally for this, yes.
Okay.
Driving me crazy.
Thank
yes,
you.
okay. And her assistant has been Dae Kang, a staffer in our office. And so we'll be the co-moderators tonight and co-MCs to take you through the next 7 hours of tonight. So now we'll hear from Eun-gu.
Yes. So I will a little bit introduce of our previous first international forum in the USA. So briefly, I will introduce myself. My name is Eun-gu Lee, and as I said, I'm co-founder of Freedom Speakers International. And I was born in South Korea. I studied abroad several years, but most of my life has lived in South Korea. I have been working with North Korean refugees for more than 10 years as NGO worker and researcher. I'm honored that we have organized with North Korean refugees living in the USA and then college leaders from the USA. Thank you for joining FSI International Freedom Forum. We believe that raising North Korean refugees' voice is important. It is crucial to make an opportunity for North Korean refugees. This second time for forum is held by supported by Uni Korea Foundation. I would like to introduce briefly our first international forum in the USA. In 2019, we had a 2-day forum at Harvard University named Ivy League for Korean Unification. Harvard is Mr. Casey's old school?
That's right, Harvard Graduate School of Education, yes.
Right, yes, so that's why we chose that. And we went with 2 North Korean refugee speakers, Yuna Jeong and Yeongnam First day, Yuna and Yeongnam talked about North Korean education. On the second day, they gave their own special stories. After that, we had a Q&A time. Also, we invited Ivy League college students as speakers. They shared their activities at their college. Also, some SI fans from all over the USA, and we had a great chance to meet them. This year's forum was scheduled to be in person, but because of a global pandemic, we converted online forum like today. We have a nice video about the 2019 Ivy League for Korean Unification Forum. Please enjoy watching our first forum. Hope we meet in person forum in the USA soon. Also, today, hope everyone has an insightful time to understand about North Korean refugees through their voices. Thank you.
Oh, fantastic to see
Yeah.
that. Great,
I
great
missed
memories.
that time.
Right. And meeting in person was a
Right.
special thing. So,
Yes.
yes, Case Lartigue again. And Eungu introduced herself a little. So, I'd like to say that I'm working here in South Korea. I am an American. I'm not North Korean. I'm not
Right.
South Korean.
American.
Right. And I'm a columnist for the Korea Times. I'm also the executive director, along with Eungu, of Giving Tuesday Korea, a fellow with the Atlas Network, on break now from Seoul University of Foreign Studies as a lecturer and other things. So, but my life changed on March 1st, 2012. About 30 North Koreans had been captured in China, and they were going to be sent back. And I thought I needed to do something. So for about a year, I was doing lots of things like sending air balloons and CDs and DVDs. And then later that year, I met Eungu. And we started talking about how we could work together. And the idea we came up with was that North Koreans were saying, North Korean refugees saying they needed English. And we said, well, why don't we try to do something about
Right. I
that?
remember exactly at the time. Right.
Bad decision?
I mean, still,
Okay.
I don't regret.
Okay. And but at that time, so March of 2013, we had our first session. We introduced a couple of North Korean refugees
Yes.
to volunteer tutors. But at that time, we had no budget, no office, no website, no plans,
that
no
is so
dreams.
amazing right now.
And so, but what happened is more refugees were coming to us, and we kept thinking maybe we can do something special, something different with this. And as we were doing that, thinking, a young lady named Yeonmi Park came through our program like a hurricane and just started to attract attention, and we were working together. And she was getting prepared to give a big speech, which became the One Young World speech, which has been seen by more than 80 million people. So it was like a thing that really brought some attention to us, and we began to reflect on what we should do with this. So we started to do public speaking in addition to tutoring for North Korean refugees. And we've now had about 70 refugees participate in our English speech contest. We've now had 13 authors, speakers, and others, and we hope to publish our speeches, by the way, one day. And in 2016, we became an official organization, and in South Korea, 2019, an official 501c3 in the USA.
Ooh.
Very difficult to get that from here.
Yes.
A long story, but we've now have more than 460 North Korean refugees study with more than 1,000 volunteers. And, you know, everything was going great. And then COVID.
Right, COVID.
COVID destroyed our model, the things that we have been doing, and just made it much more difficult. But we had a chance to reflect on what is the way forward. And then we realized that the public speaking program is something that we could really have an impact despite the change in the world. So we have been running 2 programs. We decided let's do one, and that is focus on public speaking. So we made the decision to end the Track 1 tutoring program. She really regretted it. I did not, okay. But we shifted to Track 2 and just became focused on public speaking. So we'd like to show you a bit about what we've been doing the first 3 months we've been doing this this year. So let's take a look at the video. Great, we've been busy.
Oh my God. I cannot
Nice to see
remember
that.
everything.
Right, so,
Yes.
well, donors always want to know what you're going to do with the money, and we'd like to let people know our plans for the rest of this year. Number one is to do these kinds of wonderful forums, maybe not this large scale, but to have more forums where refugees can raise their voices and we can raise awareness and hopefully inspire people into some action. Second thing is that we're focused on books. So we actually were very active with refugees a couple of years ago before we started focusing on building up the organization. But now with our change, we expect to have at least 3 books by North Korean refugees prepared to be published next year. And that'll be really great because over the last couple of years, there have not been that many. Now, we do need people with publishing experience, solid editors, so not really cheerleaders, oh, I can read a refugee story. No, we need people who are going to take it really seriously
Yes.
and can really improve the quality. Marketing, fundraising, social media. So we need help
Wow.
Yeah, from people who can really make great books and also great events. And just looking at it, we saw so many partnerships that we now have compared to when we just started, just the two of us.
Yes.
So like Uni Korea is just great
This
that they
event.
help with this big event. Shin and Kim Law Office helping us with the speech contest. Next Future
Korea
Career Foundation.
Yeah.
Also sponsoring the speech contest, the Atlas Network, the Korea Times, always saying, Mr. Lartigue, where's your column? They expect me to write things for them.
Once a week or
Well, column is once a month, the blog is once a week.
right.
Yeah, so if I don't do it, they complain at me. So, but a couple years ago, it's not possible because we really were like a fly-by-night little group. But now we have a solid organization. So thanks to everyone who's helped us get to this point. Now, we started with 2 people with no office, so we're thrilled we've gotten to this point, and we'd like to give you a little tour of what our office looks like now, and we filmed this at the end of February. So let's watch the video. I'm Casey Lartigue, co-founder and co-president of Freedom Speakers International. Some of you may know us as TNKR, but we changed our name. And we have our own office, and it's like a really great time for us now, despite the virus destroying the world. And I'd like to introduce you to our staff members. So come on in. As you can see, we still have TNKR, but don't worry about that. We are FSI now. And come in and we can talk to staff members. Okay, come on in. Okay. So first of all, we'll start with Dae.
Okay. Hi, my name is Dae Kang, and I usually make flyers or stuff. Nice to meet you.
Okay, good. Umi.
My turn.
Yes.
Hi everyone, I'm Eun Park and I was a TNKR for model student, but now I'm working as a development coordinator. What I do is here is just to focus on the making the contents, and mainly I do manage the social media. Thank you.
Okay, great. Yeonju.
Yeah, my name is Jeong Yu, and I used to be a TNK volunteer teacher, and now I'm working here as an office assistant, and I've been working here since 2019, and I am in charge of high school union activities and also access program, US Embassy work.
Okay, and finally, Kiana.
Hello, everyone. My name is Yeonmi. I am a special assistant at the side. I'm working in e-commerce.
Okay, fantastic. Okay, finally in this English-only zone, let me zoom in on it here. We're now going to hear from Sharon Jeong.
Hello, my name is Seohyun. I joined the website as a student 6 years ago. Now I am happy to be an accountant here. Thank you.
Okay, are you really happy?
Yeah.
You're really happy. Okay, great. Thank you so much. And then, here we go. Co-president.
Hi, my name is Evelyn. Nice to meet you all. And I'm just recording our step, and I'm really excited we start again with the FSI. So thank you for support us. Thank you.
Okay, and here I am again, Casey Lartigue, co-president of Freedom Speakers International. And today we're going to have a lot of things going on. We're going to have 2 different YouTube recordings, different visitors. So yeah, a lot of things going on. And here's some of our speakers in our history who've done great things. And thank you so much for supporting us and for your interest in what we're doing. Great. Wonderful to see how far we've come as an organization. And today you're going to hear some wonderful speeches from some wonderful people. And this is the kind of thing I do want to say, please listen for some ways that you can get involved. I don't recommend asking, how can I help? Instead, try to figure out what it is you can do. And they will tell you their stories and tell you their own observations about things. Our first speaker is Cherie Yang. She'll be coming to us live from the USA. And so now let's listen to Cherie Yang.
근데 이쪽이 좀 낮아졌다. 이렇게 사선으로 됐어요.
여기죠?
조금만 올려봐. 응. 오케이. 너무 올려. 오케이 됐어. 응. 응.
근데 내만 보고 있는 거구나.
First of all, I would like to thank you, Casey and Ungu, for organizing this event. I'm honored.
Start. Cherie. Okay, Cherie, you're on.
I'm on. Hello, I'm Cherie Yang. I'm a North Korean defector living in the United States. Casey, is this a test or just a start? But sorry, I can't hear you.
You're live on the internet.
Oh, really?
Yes.
I thought we started 10:30.
Oh, no, you start now.
Oh, really? Oh, okay. Yeah. First of all, I would like to thank Casey and Ungu for organizing this event. And I am honored to share my story with all of you. North Korea is the worst country in the world. As one analyst said, you can live, you can leave. It's the definition of hell. I was born in that country. From kindergarten, North Korean people are brainwashed by the Kim regime. We sang the song, Nothing to Envy. Our textbooks taught us that our country is the best and richest. And we were taught that there are a lot of beggars on the street in South Korea. Therefore, we need to help load rice on trains to send to starving South Korean children. On top of that, we are taught that our dear leader is our God, and he provided us everything we need. Every day we taught that we need to be ready to die for Kim dictators, to be bullets and bombs to protect our God. Dying for Kim dictators was supposedly an honor, and we would be heroes. I grew up brainwashed with such lies. There are two key moments in my life that helped me realize that our dear leader was the best swindler. I first began to have many questions when I was in elementary school. I didn't like the snacks that our dear leader provided us, but I had to bow in front of portraits of Kim Il-sung and Kim Jong-il to show my gratitude when we received the gifts from our dear leader. I was so confused. Even though I didn't like the snacks, why I have to pretend like it so much? One day, after it had rained, I saw a rainbow in the sky. As soon as I saw a rainbow, another question came to my mind. How could our dear leader climb a tree, catch rainbow with his hands? Moreover, how could it be possible he can walk on the clouds? I grew up brainwashed with such lies. As I was starting to question things, I went through a traumatic time when I was 10 years old. I was born in a well-off family. My father was a businessman
who traded with China. He also a member of a Workers' Party. And he also received 2 honorary medals from Kim Il-sung. 2 honorary medals he received from Kim Il-sung was proudly displayed on the wall all the time in our house. North Koreans consider it to be an honor to receive medals from from our dear leader. Furthermore, the regime considered my father a loyal man. Growing up in the early 90s, I idolized my father. Unlike North Korean men I heard about, he was a sweet and gentle man. When I was young, my father would carry my sister and I on his shoulder, play hide and seek with us, and most importantly, he was my mentor. Not only did he love me, he taught me how to view the world and how to think for myself. He encouraged me to be curious and to ask questions to the country where I lived. Kim Jong-il, he gradually began to take power from his father, Kim Il-sung. Kim Il-sung selected Kim Jong-il as his heir to the throne. His concern was the loyalty level of the core class. Many more wealthy and influential people were questioning and raising doubts about the regime. Therefore, Kim Jong-il wanted to please his father. He formed anti-communist group all over the country and ordered to every city to punish well-off people. My father was the first target in our town. He was taken from our home, put on public trial, and eventually sentenced to prison. I arrived at the trial and found out people who were our closest friends throwing rocks at my father. My fear and confusion hit me like a train. I went to school the next day, and the school atmosphere was very cold. As soon as I got into the classroom, my teacher ripped off my leadership badge and banished me back of the room. Not only did my friends ignore me, but they treated me like I had a plague. After 1 year, my father was finally released from prison. I did not recognize my father's face because he had been beaten and starved so badly. For the rest of his life, he suffered from what happened to him in prison. As a daughter, watching my father suffer, I felt so much pain and had a lot of questions to the regime. One day, our dear leader considered my father as a loyal man, and the next day, he just punished my father as a traitor. What an erratic leader was. I was so confused. This was the moment I started doubting the government. Fast forward my difficult elementary school years to turn 16 years old. I got selected to the pleasure squad, known as OKA in North Korea. Within 1 month ahead of going to Pyongyang, I was working at the mayor's villa of my hometown. Women from all over the country wished to have this type of position because it considered to be honorable serve the government in this way. When I first arrived at the mayor's villa, I remember being extremely surprised. The facilities in this villa were so lavish, and they were beyond anything I could imagine. During the famine, we were told that everyone was suffering, sacrificing, including our dear leader, but they lived lavish lifestyles. My confusion and questions were clear. The Kim dictator had been lying to us for our entire lives. Actually, our dear leader was turned out to be best swindler. I soon felt like a great sense of betrayal, and I felt like I was in prison. I was completely cut off from any life outside the villa. I began asking myself, if I go to Pyongyang, I might never see my family again. Can you live without ever seeing your family? Can you loyal to serve the Kim dictator who lied to his people? Can you live your life in prison? Finally, I decided to escape and go back to my family. I started to plan very carefully. Leaving the villa was going to be very difficult because there was only one door in and out of the complex. For 15 days, I gathered rocks and stacked them on top of each other. For 15th night, I was be able to escape. Once I escaped, I walked 2 hours walking down to the mountain. I luckily found my friend's house, and I slept there for the night. I woke up the next morning to go to my family, but my friend told me that police were looking for me. Apparently, about 400 soldiers were chasing me at the border, trying to catch me. The intelligence officers were looking for me everywhere, such as my friends, my relatives, and even people I barely knew. After 1 month, I was so sick, and if I didn't go to hospital, I might have died. But I knew if I came out of hiding, I would caught right away and sent to prison. At that moment, I felt so betrayed by the Kim dictator, and I could not follow a leader who lied to his people. Therefore, I decided to escape the country. This changed my life. Now I am a free person who experiences freedom every day. I want to leave you with is this. Living in North Korea is like walking on the thin ice, whether you are high class or low class. At any moment, your life could be in danger because of an erratic leader. My family was loyal to the Kim dictator, but he turned my father as a traitor and sent him to prison. Overnight, I became a criminal and fugitive. I was hopeless. I couldn't see hope in the country. The third Kim dictator, Kim Jong-un, he killed his brother and uncle. The Kim dictator is willing to do anything to protect their power. For 3 generations, the Kim dictatorship deceived North Koreans, portraying themselves as God. I'm so thankful that I was able to escape, get to freedom. There are still 25 million North Koreans living as slaves who still have their rights being violated by the Kim dictator every day. The American poet Maya Angelou said, "I come as one, I stand as 10,000. I dream of North Korean people breaking from the Kim dictator's deceitful frame to live as free human beings and to live if they choose to do so. North Koreans can live as they choose, and they can live when they want. But hopefully one day they can know that you heard their stories and we can all meet together in freedom." Thank you for listening.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, yes. All right. Thank you so much, Cherie. And I did see some comments, and one comment was from Patricia, who said, "Great strength, Cherie." And so I'd like to go ahead and mention an extra reason that Cherie has great strength, and that is that Cherie set up a GoFundMe earlier today. And because her mom was diagnosed with cancer, with breast cancer, and Cherie told me about it a couple of weeks ago. And of course, we're thinking, should she give the speech? But Cherie, of course, I'll give the speech. So she's giving the speech tonight with extra burden on her mind and in her heart. Okay, so now we're going to look to see any other questions on the chat. So can I see the chat again? Yeah, if I can see the chat. Okay, so now, hey, Cherie, good to see you again.
Yeah, good to see you
Okay,
again.
so they're going to show me the live chat here. Okay, and the live chat has been posted, but okay, so the first question I see is also from Patricia. Do North Korean citizens know that they've been brainwashed?
Yeah. No, they are brainwashed. To be honest, some people who lived on the close to border, yes, they know, but still, many North Korean people, they don't really know they are brainwashed though. Because like when I recently I saw the one video of that like Kim Jong-un, the people was like clapped hardly, and then they when they saw Kim Jong-un and they cry, and they like dying for the dictator. It was a thing like really ridiculous, laughable, but they really don't know. It's some people might like, if I didn't like crying for the Kim dictator, then I might be punished by the regime. But most people, they really don't know they were brainwashed or not.
All right, and then we have a question. Kinga asked, is it easier for women to escape from North Korea? And part of that is also, why are there so many more women who've escaped compared to men?
That's actually kind of complicated question. But one thing, first of all, like in North Korea, like when we we started during during the famine, like people, we have a black market generation, black market, and then we all like selling our stuff and buying from there, and then the regime, they know the black market exists. However, they can provide the food for us. Therefore, like they think, oh, you know what? Okay, then women, you can sell your stuff on black market. But men, you should work for the regime without paying. So that's why men they have to go to work. So women, they started to make money for their family members, and then therefore, like for women, it's kind of more easy to like escape, and like because it's the government wasn't that strict to women, so women started to find the like money, or I mean, like they have to make money to feed their children, and that's why they started to escape. And then once they escaped to China, women like started to sold to Chinese people, and then men, Chinese people, they don't want it. That's why we cannot say like it's easy to escape. Women's easy to escape than men, but it's a more like it's ridiculous saying, but it's more easy to survive in China. Women's is more easy to survive in China than men, because men's once they escape to China, it's hard to find a job, and nobody wants men. That's why it's hard to survive in China. Men's, that's why it's hard to escape. And then also like they work for the regime. So maybe some men's, they are brainwashed. I don't know. That's what I thought.
Okay,
I
no.
don't know. This is a
Oh, good,
yeah.
good. And I'll just add a couple of things, such as, because you mentioned about that men must work, so men must be somewhere. But if you think
Must
about
be
the
some- yeah.
age of that, a lot of people escape, it's usually the late teens to mid 20s and early 30s. But in their 20s, most men are in the military for like 10 years. So they don't really have the opportunity to escape, even if they wanted to. So not only do they have to be working somewhere, but also they need to be marching for the dictatorship. And then just to kind of add to your point about when men are in China, that they're not really wanted, but also they're more of a threat. Because, when they, as a man compared to a woman, in China, they're thinking that they can sell them, or that they can put them to work within the family. So there are a variety of reasons why there are more women compared to men. In South Korea, it's about 72%, although the last couple of years, the trend has been more like 85, 87% are women. Okay, then, okay, sure. I'm getting all kinds of messages now, which is great. Okay, so a question is from Brooke. Ask, were there other influences that got you to start questioning the regime? So you mentioned your father, but were
Yeah.
there other factors?
There are other factors. Yeah, most of like he used to loyal to the regime. That's why he received 2 medals. It's a really honorable medal, which is like a North Koreans considered. And we didn't know the reason. He suddenly just punished and then sent to prison, and he was tortured. He tortured badly in the prison. Yeah, I grew up with hearing on all the prison life. My dad used to tell me, and it was unthinkable. And they just treated prisoners animals, not as a human being. And my father, before he went to prison, he didn't know, because he was born in high class, and he never experienced anything like that kind of stuff. And then once he became a like criminal prisoner, and then he knew that he saw so many things, that terrible things in the prison. And then he just once he got out from prison, he told me, like, I grew up with this hearing all the bad stuff, like, in the prison life, how it looks like in living in the living in as a prisoner. So that's why he told me that, like, for instance, when Kim Il-sung died, and my teacher came into the room, and she announced that our dear leader had passed away, and then all our classmates, they started crying. So I didn't know why, but I feel like I should cry too. So I cried, and then all our classmates started crying hardly. And then, I went home, and like my father just looked at me in my face, and then he asked me, "Why are you crying?" So I told him, like, because our dear leader passed away. And then my father, actually, he was watching the news. Our TV was on, and then he told me, "Who is your father? Your father is just right here in front of you. Your father never died. Why are you crying?" Never crying for the, dictator. He told me like that way. And then he always saying, like, he didn't see the hope in this country, and he say, like, "I'm very worried about your generation." And he said, like, he really, like, his hope is United States, America can, like, start a war, so we can someday have a free. That's my father's always tell me. He told me about it.
Great. Okay. All right. I'm struggling to keep up with all the questions coming at me. So, Roger.
Great.
Yeah, I know. So,
Thank you for your question.
actually, this is kind of a funny question. So, Patricia asked, "What would you say to the Kim dictator if he was watching?" So, if Kim Jong-un got my email about this event and he logged on right now to watch, what would you want to say to Kim Jong-un?
Kim Jong-un? Yeah. I want to punch him face if I can. Because he deceived, 25 million North Koreans. Oh my God, it's, how horrible and terrible, I just, tell Kim Jong-un, please care your people and don't be, like foolish. I mean, the selfish for yourself. You need to care your people as a leader, and they are loyalty to the regime, and you cannot just leave people like dying for starvation. So I hope, like, Kim Jong-un, like, care his people more, and like not only for himself, his power for care his people and open the border, and more like a economy, how can I say?
Open
Sorry.
economy. Yeah,
I'm
open
more
the
like,
economy.
but now, like, emotional, becoming emotional. If Kim Jong-un watching this, yeah, I really want to say, as a leader, please care your people, that they are very suffering right now.
Well, I'm going to say a couple of things. I hope you don't get mad at me. But, okay.
Let's see how you wanna.
So everyone watching, actually, I've known Cherie now for 6 years, and she says she'd like to punch Kim Jong-un, but she punched me one time, and I think Kim Jong-un should not be afraid. She has no power. Okay, first of all. Then second, actually, my answer, I wouldn't tell Kim Jong-un anything, because why should he listen? I mean, he's dictator of a country. So if I could meet Kim Jong-un, if a meeting, I would just walk out of the room. Because you've heard me give a speech where I said, if I met the CEO of KFC and I told them to stop killing chickens, what is he going to do? He's going to keep killing chickens. If I meet the leader of the mafia and I tell him, please stop committing crime, what is he going to do? He's still going to commit crime. So Kim Jong-un is going to continue killing his people. So, but anyway, I want to say that Cherie has been with us actually since 2015, and she was our second ambassador. And she's remained with us, and she was on our board of directors. So she's actually has a long history with us. And then Roger asked the question, why did you choose the USA? You could have come to Korea first,
that's
but you
a
went
good
to the USA. Yes.
That's a good question. Actually, there are many reasons I chose to asylum to United States. But like I had one day I had a dream when I was 10 years old. I don't know why, but I had two dreams. Like one was like I was in the very like long time, like Joseon dynasty. I don't know that, but there's a very like I was in the like horrific country I was lived, like very if one king died, then they are all servants buried with the king together. So once I came, I woke up, I was so scared. Oh my God, what if I live that country, like a hell? Oh my God, how can I do? But I was thankful that I didn't I wasn't born in that country. And then the other day I had a dream about flying to the United States. And then I woke up, oh, that's weird, because in this country, our country, we cannot you know, we cannot have like a flying to the other country, and that's impossible. But it was a weird dream. But like growing up, and then I realized that like maybe the foreign media influenced me a lot. And then once I escaped to China, there were many chances to go to South Korea, but at the time, I wasn't really go to South Korea. The reason is that I didn't know. I felt just like at the time, US, they didn't accept North Koreans as refugees. And so there's no way to immigrate to the United States. But I just feel like someday US will accept North Koreans as refugees. And then I don't know when. But I just feel like, oh, let's wait for a little bit. Let's wait for a little bit. And then one day I saw the news that like six North Korean refugees immigrated to the United States. And then, oh my God, this is the time I should leave China and to go to Thailand and to asylum United States. And the reason I didn't go to South Korea, because I was born in the hill country, because I didn't have any choice. Who's gonna blame? You know, I didn't have a choice, but you know, because I was born in the country, and then I lost everything. You know, that's why I was thinking, what if you have a second chance to be born, then what country would you want to born? And then that was the USA, America for me, because I didn't know, but I read some book, and then I saw some American movies, and then I felt like in this country, I don't know next generation or what, but in this century, US is the most powerful country, and then they can fight for me with the North Korea. So that's why I choose to asylum to the United States.
Great. Okay. And then another question from Chris, one of our volunteers. He asked, what was the moment you realized you had to escape? I think you said a little in your speech, but what was the key moment when you realized you had to escape?
Key moment was when I was working in the villa, mayor's villa. But before, still like when I was 13, 14 years old, I started to think. I don't know, at the time there were many people escaped to China, but North Korea at the time, they punished the people who escaped to China was very hardly, like even like we consider them like very almost like a political prisoner. And then even though like it's a really dangerous to escape China, I felt that I really want to go to China too. But at the time, like I was young, and then I have a lovely, like loving parents and sister. I cannot just, like ignore them. I want just to live my life. Yeah. So I just think in my head, but I never think like I should escape to China. But once I started to working in the villa, I saw like, oh my God, their lifestyle wasn't, like was just lavish. And then I realized that this regime is light all our entire lives, and I couldn't bear it. And also I felt like I'm like a free person. Even when I was in North Korea, I don't like to wear the clothes with the other people. North Korea, actually, people, they wear like all the same clothes, like if you see them like far away, then it looks like all the same. And then I hate that. Why would I wear the clothes the same like as others? So I always wear like different clothes and very fancy. And police used to call me on the street like oftenly. But luckily I have my father and my relatives are like high-ranking officers, and then I didn't really bother about that. So that's why I just wear what I want to wear. But that's why once I started to working in the villa, I need to wear like the clothes they provide me, like just like shirts and skirts, and just work. I cannot see my friends and relatives. It felt like I'm prisoner. What's the difference? And every week I had to attend the meeting that criticizing each other. And yeah, still like that's not the like when I was in school, we do the same, like criticizing each other. Yeah. But we have a friend, oh, okay, someday I'm going to criticize you like this, and then next day you criticize me in this way. So we just have a meeting. But this is I cannot just somebody criticize me, but I don't know what I was wrong. And then that was a very I can bear it. Very it was a hard time. That's why I feel like, oh, you know what, this is I feel I'm like a prisoner, even though I wasn't in the prison, real prison, but I feel like I was in prison. So that's why I just want to live my life. I don't want to serve for the government. That's why I escaped from the villa.
Okay, great. And actually, that question was the focus of our 5th English speech contest, that moment, about escaping from North Korea. And Cherie was the winner of that 5th speech contest. I think it was February 2017. So it was a great, great moment. And I don't know if you want to talk about this now, because I know about the Pleasure Squad. Would you like to mention something about that? Because I know you haven't talked about it publicly yet, but. I know you
Yeah.
might be doing it soon.
Oh, okay. Let me explain briefly about the pleasure suka. I don't know how many of you know about the pleasure suka. Actually, they choose the girl, young girl, since in the school, like middle school. But actually, many people they think it's they choose in the middle school, but actually in the elementary school when they was 10 years old, they first of all they take a picture, like photo of you, and then there's 4 photos. One go to Pyongyang, and one go to your state, and then one go to city, and then one it's a go to your family. That's why they watching your growing up, and then like often they come to school and watching, oh, are they good, and then how they tall and they measuring your growing, and then once you like turn 16 years old, like if you cannot meet the standard, and then you fail. That's the first their standard. They choose the girl, and then also they can you can also be choose in the after graduated, and then like there's a limit, age limit is 19 years old. So yeah, that's once you choose it, and then there's a very strict standard. You need to have a test for like your hairs, everything, and your can I say this one? I don't know. Maybe you know, like a virginity.
Virginity,
And yeah, virginity, everything. That's a kind of weird, but yeah. So if you you pass all the examination, and then there's a like one officer come to your city or state from Pyongyang, and then finally they called you, like, and then sign up the paper. The what the there's a saying, like, you can, once you go to Pyongyang, you have to serve the Kim dictator, and you can see your family. I agree with that. And but it doesn't mean like they are asking your decision, but just they just decided everything. So you just sign it, you don't even have a choice. And then once you go to Pyongyang, you're just working for the government. And once you turn 25 years old, and then government also they choose a man for you, and you cannot have any choice. And then whole your life until you die, you can see your family. How weird is that? How
Right.
horrific, terrible idea. So that's why, yeah, I just feel like I knew that my fathers knew, and then I knew also, but I didn't have experience directly. So I didn't feel like, I didn't know how it feels like. And then once I got into the villa, I knew that, oh my God, this is not joke. I cannot live without seeing my family and friends, relatives. Yeah.
Okay. Well, one time you had told me about this and said that you were picked as the most beautiful girl in your hometown. And do you remember my question for you? How big is that hometown?
Yeah, exactly.
That's when you punched me, by the way. Okay. So then you got another question here. I guess Aileen, maybe. I hope I didn't say it incorrectly. What was the moment when you were most afraid during your escape from North Korea? So through China or wherever it might have been.
Every moment was like I had to put my life at risk in to escape. Even I don't know, like many people, they escape to China because because of hunger. They want to feed their children for themselves. But my reason was different. Because if I was so scared at the time when I escaped to China, because 400 soldiers were at the border. Border was closed, and then I can escape in my city, you know. And then my hometown is just close to border, so you know, very very like 그거 뭐지? Security. Security인가?
Monitored, surveillance.
Monitoring, yeah, very very strict. And then if you if you want to go to a different city, then there's a surveillance.
Surveillance.
Yeah. You need to pass through, and then they check all your citizen. I mean the ID, everything. So at the time, I didn't know what to like. Even I want to escape to China because there's no hope for me in that country. So I decided to escape, but I don't know. I didn't know how, because I cannot escape through my city. So that's why I paid a lot of money to escape from different city, and I need to pass through the 서설 뭐라 그래? through the like security, some I don't know how to explain, sorry about that, but you know, like there's a surveillance there checking your identity, ID, everything. So I bribed the soldiers, like high-ranking soldiers, and then I was hiding in the car, like army car, in the trunk. So that's how I passed there, and then went to different city, and I escaped China. Yeah, from that city. Yeah, so at that time for me was dramatic time, and it's like movies, you know, like they had to hide me like very carefully, you know. If they find out, they can kill by me because of me. Yeah, so that was the moment, really scared incident for me, I think.
Okay. Well, Momo says, thank you for sharing your story. You are an inspiration and a hero.
Thank you.
Then Claudia asked, how long did you have to wait to be granted refugee status? So let's think about from the moment you were in Thailand, how long did it take you to get to the USA, and what were some of the steps?
Yeah, we were the second group to immigrate to the United States. And then there's a long story, because once the first group was after first group went to the United States, I'm the one saw the media, right? The other people, they heard the news from someone, but I saw the news in China, and then I just left to the China right away. So I was the first person went to the U.S. Embassy in Thailand, asked them to asylum to the United States. So at the time, the process was so fast. They don't know what to do. Oh my God, this is first time North Korean refugee came to the U.S. Embassy and asking for asylum. So they were shocked too. So the process was so fast. They say, oh, you're gonna go to United States in 1 month. So we took a photo, everything, and you know, they say, like it's 1 month you will go to the United States. But after like 15 days after, another North Korean man, he's my age, he's my friend now, but he actually jumped the embassy wall and to the embassy, and the embassy like was so shocked. What is this? And then, you know, they were shocked. Oh my God, North Korean army, how come they jump the embassy wall? And then now it's in our, you know, in this our territory. They were shocked. That's why he actually stayed in the hotel, they provide everything. And then his case and my case just put together, and then in the process, and then it takes like North Korean people, refugee in Thailand, they started to have information about the immigrating to the United States. And then they started to apply to the asylum to the United States. Therefore, there's many people was waiting to go to United States, and then U.S. government provide us a hotel, and then we stayed there, but eventually they only picked 12 refugees, so we waited for almost 7 months, I think. Almost, I've been waiting for 1 year, but other refugees maybe shorter than me, I don't know. But yeah, it took me 1 year to go to US.
Okay. Lynn Ali says, Cherie, you're doing great. And then there's a question here. Now that you've attained freedom, what are some important goals for you? So I guess you can talk about some of the things that you're doing business-wise and now internet-wise, some of the things that you're doing. And I'd like to ask our staff here, if you, Deputy Name, Ungu, could you post the link, if you know it, to Cherie's new YouTube channel? Yeah, if you go to the Eventbrite invitation, it's there.
Yeah, so I'm now in the middle of launching my brand, but it's not easy, still like in the process. And I'm really interested in business actually, because my father was a businessman, and then one people it's hard. What is like really painful story about this? He just he's the really intelligent man, and if he was born in this country, and he could do anything, you know. But he went to prison only reason that he made money, because we lived a way of life. That's why, yeah, we were rich. That's why he went to prison. So that's actually very for me. I don't understand why, you know, she had to punish it, you know, because because he's rich. I didn't understand. So my dream is that become a businesswoman to inherit his dream. And then also right now I have another dream. Actually, I had a dream about when I escaping from China to Thailand, because I heard my father's passed away. And then at the time, like, he went through so many, you know, like hard time in North Korea. And then it was so hard for me. So one day I promised to my father, I told my father that I will, once if I found my freedom, I will let the world know how you have suffered in North Korea. But you know, it wasn't that easy. And then we still have relatives. My father's side is our high-ranking officers in North Korea. So my mom was scared talking about North Korea in public. Yeah, so I just agreed, mom, and then I just disappeared suddenly. Yeah, I didn't want to because I respect my mom's decision. But recently, my mom also, she encouraged me speaking out in public. So that's my second dream, to let the world know about human rights of North Koreans. So yeah, and one day, I don't know, it's how my story and, you know, powerful to in fact to our people to be free. But you know, I will do my best to my people to be free. That's my second dream right now.
Okay. Well, I just want to mention, first of all, that Cherie's 2 YouTube channels were posted in the chat here. So please subscribe to her channel. She just launched the one. And actually, I want to just make a point to like everybody that lots of people try to pull North Korean refugees to the stage sometimes before they're ready. And sometimes they don't understand that there may be some security things that they might not really want to speak out, and that we should just be patient and wait until they're ready. So in Cherie's case, she started to become public and started to become like a public figure. But I mean, I guess it's okay to mention that you were in one of the propaganda videos, and after that, you stopped speaking out so publicly.
Yeah, because one of the North Korean girl, she was on the TV show while I was on the panel, and then she actually North Korean government kidnapped her and taken her back to North Korea, and then the North Korea showed footage from the show where I was on the panel, and my mom saw my face on North Korean TV, and she was so scared, and she begged me, asked me not to talk about North Korea because we still have a family there. We need to care for them. We cannot just ignore them. She was scared that government punish them. So yeah, that's why I ended up TV career.
Okay, yes. Deep story. I think you're going to be talking about that publicly. Then Sabina asked, I hope I said it right. Sorry if I did not. Do you think the spread of Hallyu and other foreign media in North Korea could lead to a change in the future? So about how much can information from the outside change North Korea?
Outside information is the key, I think, because how can I know? I learned from outside the media. Yeah, I was lucky because I lived in the close to the border, so I can we have a signal to see the Chinese TV, and also like I can at that time I can see the American movies and South Korean drama, and then through the movie I learned, oh my God, this is totally different with our North Korean TV movies and dramas. We don't have a humanity there, and we don't have a word for like love someone, only for the Kim dictator. That's the difference. So I was so like I have so many questions to the country. What's the difference? What's happening outside North Korea? Yeah, I think it's always started like something. A revolution is always started from the question to something. So if still many North Koreans they don't know. They don't know they live as slaves to the dictator. So they should know, because how they can know? I think that's the information we need to send into the North Korea. Is you are now Kim dictator deceived you. We need to let them know, actually what's happening outside North Korea. So that's the only, I think, information is the key to people aware.
Okay. Well, Claude asked, how could there be a revolution in North Korea? So what would have to happen to remove the Kim dictator?
There was many attempts, actually. It wasn't succeeded, but there was many attempts while I was in North Korea, and there's still it's many like people, they try to take the regime down, but it's not succeeded because I think it's because of North Korean system, because we spy on each other, so we don't actually believe anyone when we live in North Korea, even your relatives. if we speak like about we criticize about the Kim dictator, then you're gonna punish. You're gonna hold your 3 generations. You go to political camp, and that's why people are so scared, and we don't actually share our thoughts together. So it's hard to gather, And then even they try to take the regime down, they make a group, but there's some like a spy, they just betray them, and then their 3 generations get killed. That's why it's really hard to raise, and how can I say? Sorry, I'm very emotional now.
Okay, all right, okay. Wait. Let's take a second. So, okay, so Eben Appleton, the FSI fan club president, well, she just says that she really enjoys listening to your YouTube channel. That she says that she learns so much from it.
Thank you so much.
Then let's see. Okay, Glenn says no trust. Okay, we have about 5 minutes left.
Really?
To talk
Time's
with you.
right.
Yeah, time has gone by so fast.
So fast.
Now, there's kind of a serious question, and I'll ask this because actually, your very first speech back in 2015, actually, it was in Florida. And so you spoke.
Yeah. I remember that.
Yeah, what am I going to talk about? What's my point? Do you remember? That
I cry every moment.
Yes, you told me you would not cry, that you were ready, and but you did. So you cried.
Yeah, it was so painful to bring all the painful memory, and I felt like well, at some point, like I sorry for my father, and I felt so like painful, and then the other parts I felt painful for my friends, who just died of like starvation. Yeah, it was very painful to bring memory. Yeah, so I cried a lot. I remember.
Yes.
Right, Casey?
That's right. I know. I kept having tissue ready for the next time, and then just very funny. So I looked out into the audience to ask if anyone had tissue, and all the ladies were crying also. So yeah, it's kind of useless that day. Okay, and then I think we have time for 1 or 2 more questions. But I think the final question will be, what is it that you'd like to say? So you're starting to speak out now. Is there something that you really want the world to know? And then if you wanted to just talk about your life now and just update people about what you planned. Someone asked somewhat before, but final question is just, who is Cherie Yeong and what is she trying to do now?
Yeah, I want to people more raise awareness of human rights of North Korea, Koreans, because like sometimes when I think about my relatives and friends, it hurting me so much still. Recently, I heard my aunt. She went to prison and tortured so badly, and now she's in serious condition. Cruelly tortured, and now she's in serious condition. It's a thing still happening in North Korea in 21st century. It's unbelievable, I'm a free person now, but sometimes I'm sorry for them, just live my life. But once in a while, I heard North Korean how they live in North Korea right now. It hurting me so much. My aunt's reason was just she called us, That's the only reason she went to prison, and she was tortured, cruelly tortured. So that's so painful for me, and it hurting me so much. That's why I feel like we need to speak out. Every North Koreans, tell your story to let the world know, to raise awareness of North Koreans. Like in in the US, we still care about we only care about the nukes, but we need to focus on the human rights of North Koreans. That's why I don't know, but I have so many painful instances through, and then I want to share my story. So I feel like I'm ready to talk now. That's why I opened my YouTube channel. So I try to let the world know what's happening inside North Korea, and shared my story, my father's story, how we had been through, and yeah, that's now I'm doing what I'm doing right now. I just opened the YouTube channel for talking about North Korea, and then the second, as I said, I actually I want to be a businesswoman to inherit my father's dream. So I don't know. I'm now preparing for my master's as well, to do MBA in the United States, and then I just in the middle of launching my business. But life is tough. I thought just I work hard, then I can achieve my dream. But just my mom just now is sick. I don't know what to do. But what I can do, as a daughter, I have to support my mom and be strong. Yeah.
Final thing.
Yeah,
A couple
all of
years.
you, thank you so much listening my story today.
Yeah, I mentioned a couple of years ago, your grandmother passed away in North Korea, but
That's
you
right.
could not make a phone call to her. The
Yeah.
same day, my grandmother's sister passed away, but I could go to Texas and to see them, and it was just a
That's
reminder of just how terrible it is that people cannot even talk to people.
It was hard to like seeing my mom, like she cannot even attend her funeral and call. She just cried, and she couldn't. She just didn't want to come out of the room, and cried a lot. So seeing my mom crying, it was really hard, painful. For
All
me.
right. Okay. Well, Cherie, thank you as always. It's been
Thank
great
you.
knowing you over the years.
Thank you
And
for
just want to
hearing
remind
my story.
everyone the GoFundMe, if you want to support, she posted it. So wait, our team is going to show it right now. Can you show it on the screen? The GoFundMe. And then also put it inside the chat. If you could post the address to it, that would be great also. Okay. Thank you so much, Cherie.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Casey and Ungu.
All right.
Yeah.
We'll be talking
Thank you
again
for
soon.
organizing this. It's a great event.
All right. Thank you so much. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you, all of you. Yeah.
Okay.
Bye.
All right then. Talk to you later.
Yeah. Bye.
Okay. Bye. Okay. All right. Great. Wow. Incredible. Okay. Yeah. Known her for 6 years and so many wonderful stories, but also some tragic things like this. So next, we're going to be hearing from one of the virtual interns for Freedom Speakers International. And so are you going to show him on the screen now? I'm talking to my co-director now. Okay, yes. So we're going to hear a speech from C.J. Johnson. He joined us a short while ago, but he's shown so much energy and enthusiasm and helping to organize a great event for us last month, in which one of the North Korean refugees in our program gave a speech about his military experience. So CJ is going to talk about his experience as being one of those young student leaders doing something specifically to impact North Korean refugees and about North Korea. So CJ, thank you.
Yes, thank you for such an amazing introduction. And also thank you to Cherie for that amazing and moving speech and very informational Q&A. Hello, I'm CJ Johnson. I am a third year studying sociology at The Ohio State University. Before my time at Ohio State University, I was raised in a very small farm town of only roughly 1,000 people in rural Ohio. Growing up in a very rural area, I went to public school online from the comfort of my own home. And although I was physically isolated from a lot of the world around me, I had the amazing opportunity to have my own secret weapon of both socialization and information, the internet. I never liked reading books as a kid, or even now for that matter, to be honest, but thanks to the internet, I was able to deep dive into the amazing stories from people all around the world, as well as the plethora of information that came alongside that. In 2016, I remember stumbling upon Yeonmi Park's speech that she gave at the 2014 Young One World Summit in Dublin, Ireland. I was moved, but I was also furious. My education system had never taught me this. How could my country, which labels itself as one of the best in the world, never have taught me about the plights of others? Why did nobody tell me the North Korean people were living through this hellish reality? During that speech, Yeonmi mentioned ways to help the North Korean people. One of the things she said was, educate yourself so that you can raise awareness about the human crisis in North Korea. And so I did. I began watching as much video-based content on the topic as I could. I watched many more speeches at summits and forums around the world. I read published articles from refugees and survivors and scholars alike. And hell, I even picked up an actual book to read on the topic. I continued to educate myself on the topic, and as my knowledge grew, so did my passion for advocating for change. When I finally did get into university a few years ago, I joined a student-led North Korean human rights advocacy organization in an attempt to better be involved in the communities that had like-minded goals as I. This organization is called Pen Pals in North Korea, or PINK for short, named after our flagship event of writing letters to North Korean refugee children in the Durihana mission schools located in South Korea. Through my work with PINK, we've been able to raise thousands of dollars for North Korean refugee relief funds, as well as hold many informational events to engage the community both at Ohio State and abroad. Shortly after joining the organization, I was elected into the group's executive board role of Research and Development Chair, where I would continue to organize events with the hopes of informing the Ohio State community of the North Korean culture and refugee stories alike. In light of the past year of social distancing, virtual events have been something that terrified me as I came into position as an executive board member. Not only did I have to convince people that this topic was worth caring about, but now I had to do it through a screen. I found that despite these hurdles, we were able to engage in our community and create amazing, meaningful connections with people who really did care. COVID did cut our event attendance by quite a bit, but the plus side to that was that we found amazing quality advocates that were stronger than ever before. The students at Ohio State University that have attended PINK's virtual events have excitedly waited for more and are eager to learn. Even now, I know we have a few of them in our audience. This has made my work with this organization as well as PINK very fulfilling. Recently, we had the amazing chance to talk to a man who has assisted in sending food into North Korea for over 20 years, as he enlightened our small group on the logistical issues and emotional challenges he's faced in that line of work. Hearing about that life-changing work that he has done for so long inspired me to be a better version of myself and keep fighting for these changes in North Korea. This year, I've also had the amazing opportunity to develop my professional and philanthropy-based skills while working with Freedom Speakers International. With the help of Unku and Casey at FSI, I've been able to further materialize my passion for North Korean human rights advocacy into a tangible process within my own community. Specifically, this past month, with the help of FSI and many student organizations at The Ohio State University, we were able to help spread the story of North Korean refugee Ken Ohm and his military experience. After years of consuming pre-recorded and pre-published media, getting to be the MC for an event with a North Korean speaker where we could ask questions directly was life-changing and helped reignite my passion for the work that I attempt to do. At this event, we had individuals from all over the world. We had an individual from Scotland, a group of sorority sisters from Rhode Island, and multiple faculty members from Ohio State University, as well as around 40 members of our undergraduate student body. To have more than 60 individuals show up to an event after an entire day of exhausting Zoom-based classes with the intent to still engage with and educate themselves on the issues that North Korean people and refugees face today is amazing. And by extension, to see all of you here at this, whatever hour you're watching this at, in the virtual audience, interested and engaged in such an important issue it's awe-inspiring, to say the least. Knowing there are people out there besides me who are just as interested in learning more and educating themselves on the important issues that North Korean refugees face as they adjust to their life outside of North Korea is inspirational. I'm honored to be here under the same virtual roof as all of the amazing ladies whose stories will touch your heart and hopefully inspire you to continue to fighting for change. Cherie, Evelyn, Jeong, Seohyun Lee, and Yeonmi Park are all people I continue to look up to for their courage, strength, and willingness to risk everything for a better life. Again, this is an amazing honor and one of the highlights of my life so far. I can only hope that by sharing my own story of involvement within my communities, I can assure you in the audience that the small things that you do to better educate yourself are actually helping and are half the battle. You being here, ready to listen, learn, and echo the voices of these amazing women gives me hope for an even more amazing future. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, CJ. And when I hear young people like you, I just wonder, what was I doing when I was their age? I was just playing basketball and, just hanging out. But here you are doing something really having an impact on people. So thank you so much for all the work that you've done and joining up with us. All right. Thank you so much. Okay. Great. Okay. And then another outstanding young person, Nayun. And Nayun, actually, we met Nayun when we had the Harvard conference back in 2019, and she's been involved in many things since then, but she's also stayed connected with us. So thankful that you are going to share what you've been doing, Nayun.
Hi, Casey. Thank you so much for the introduction. Hello, everyone. My name is Nayun. Give me one moment as I share my screen. Okay. Oh, my apologies. Okay, thank you. So hi again, my name is Nayun and I'm a student at Tufts University. So today I'll be sharing with you my story on how I came to walk on this journey of helping North Korean refugees and give you some ideas on the many ways that you can walk your own path. So for all of my life, Korea was a very far away place, even though I am Korean. I grew up in Japan and the United States, so I learned about Korea, my home country, through the media, including novels, history textbooks, TV dramas, and videos like TED Talks. Yeonmi Park was actually one of those stories I've heard very early on. Even Korean war movies, such as Welcome to Dongmakgol, made me interested early on in North Korea as a country. Those stories, some fiction and some autobiographical, showed a life in North Korea that was vastly and unfairly different from my own life. But these stories of resilience humanized them as agents of change with dreams and hopes of their own, not just passive victims. So I made it my goal to help them by empowering them as human beings, not viewing them as victims. I knew I wanted to get more involved. So before entering college, I decided to take a gap year to live in my home country for the first time in my life. I cared deeply about social issues in Korea, especially regarding human rights, so it seemed right to work on the ground. The first place I found my community was at a university. While learning Korean at Yonsei University, I joined the school's 15-year-old Korean Unification Club. There, I met so many different kinds of students, from Yonsei University students who were simply interested in helping North Korea, or exchange students who came from around the world, and students who themselves had escaped North Korea in their youth. It was incredibly refreshing to volunteer alongside people my age and work with people who cared passionately about these issues, because my friends back at home knew very little or cared very little about these issues. I also had the opportunity to make organic friendships with refugees my age who walked a completely different path to college. The roundtable discussions and the dinner bondings, and the late night conversations were some of the most fulfilling moments of this journey that still ground me with purpose even to this day. All of this affirmed me the importance of forming a community around social issues to create momentum and the fuel to power through social advocacy. Beyond school organizations, I found a large community in the nonprofit world. I volunteered for a nonprofit organization called Justice for North Korea, where I used my multilingual skills to translate for press conferences, panel discussions, and publicity content. Some of these photos you see showcase those events. Through this organization, I met volunteers from around Korea and from around the world, and all together, we bonded over hours. We stood on the streets of Seoul for street campaigns. The people I came to meet cared about North Korea through very different channels, some through a religious standpoint, others purely academic, and some drawn by the media, like TV shows. The motivations were all so diverse, but the efforts were all united by the same heart, which was to uplift North Korean refugees to respect their dignity as human beings. This continued to be an important theme. So getting involved while I was in Korea was very easy because of the dense concentration of nonprofits related to North Korean human rights, North Korean refugee education, and North Korean human rights advocacy, and Korean unification in general. So as I returned to the US for college, I was worried with one question on my mind. How could I stay involved, and what could I contribute from the US, where most people know North Korea through Kim Jong-un, not the actual people who live there? My answer was creating my own community. At Tufts University, a North Korean refugee student organization newly formed right as I entered the school. Throughout the year, my club and I organized a variety of school-wide events: a Pepero snack fundraiser on Pepero Day, which is November 11th, an event where we collected USBs to donate to Flash Drives for Freedom, and an art submission contest for a literary magazine, The Underwater Railroad, which is run by a North Korean human rights nonprofit in Seoul. So after working for nonprofit efforts, it was very fun to get involved in small-scale events within my own school. The challenge here was educating and engaging a wider public that was not familiar or interested in North Korea, but I learned through my gap year that it's actually quite easy to hook people into getting interested. The rule is that you must humanize your topic and create empathy. For example, as you see on the bottom right, the theme of the literary magazine was what makes life livable. This is a question not directly related to North Korea, but it is a question that dives deeper into the essence of what it means to be human, whether you're in North Korea, in South Korea, in the US, or anywhere in the world. Humanizing refugees is the biggest advice and strategy and mindset that I have to share, and it continues to be the most important thing I have to share with anyone working in this field. As I worked in the US, I stumbled upon more and more efforts. What led me to FSI, which was called TNKR at the time, was an intercollegiate conference held at Harvard University in the fall of 2019. There, I vividly remember meeting Casey and Ungu and at once feeling so inspired by their diligence and their passion. I also remember the speakers that day, Ken and Jeong, who told stories of finding justice, humanity, and hope. I've read and I've heard countless stories of North Korean refugees by now, but the impact of each one never fades because their truths speak for themselves. I hope that you find that inspiration today through this conference, and I hope to help FSI even from afar so that they can continue delivering powerful stories around the world and touch even more hearts and spark them into action. So my journey of volunteering for North Korean human rights is summarized by one community after another community. I found that volunteering is an incredibly rewarding experience because it increases the surface area for serendipity. And I encounter the most interesting people and stumble upon the most interesting conversations about purpose and service. The people I met through volunteering have some of the kindest and strongest of hearts, and they inspire me far beyond the scope of advocating for human rights. It's also a very humbling experience, and to realize that we're all human beings, the volunteers, the refugees, the people who agree with our cause, the people who disagree, the general public, the politicians, everybody. This is an obvious but unforgettable truth. People often imagine volunteering as a sacrificial act, especially with a capitalist mentality of give and take. But I think this is very misguided. Volunteering is better captured by a quote by one of my favorite poets. Love is a currency that functions in reverse, because the only way to be wealthy with it is to give more of it away. I can confidently say my experience of helping North Korean refugees has enriched my life with purpose, fulfillment, and a little bit of wisdom. So I invite you all today to extend your helping hand and be surprised by all the people that await. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Nayun, for that talk. And like I said to CJ, I was wondering what was I doing at your age? But also I want to talk to all the adults out there. So many people come to me asking, how can I help? What can I do? And then I meet young people like this, they're doing things already. Okay, so I hope that the adults in the audience, as well as other youngsters, will get a clue, I guess I could say, and learn that you can do something by getting involved, and one thing can lead to another. So thank you so much, Nayun, for joining us at this conference and being connected with us. Okay, thank you. Okay, fantastic. Okay, and then our third of three speakers in the first part of this session will be Hannah Kim, and she's from the University of Pennsylvania, and she's a newcomer to us, but I'll be interested to hear what it is that she has to say. Hannah.
Hi. Thank you for the introduction. Are you able to
Yes,
see
we can hear and see you. Hello.
Great. Hello. Very glad to be here. If you could give me a moment to share my screen. All right. Okay. Okay. So nice to meet you, everyone. My name is Hannah Kim, and I'm a sophomore studying biology at the University of Pennsylvania, and I'm here today as a representative of Penn's chapter of Liberty in North Korea. I've been involved with North Korean issues since high school, where I went to high school in Seoul, but I've found new ways to remain engaged in both Seoul and Philadelphia, particularly now in the days of COVID through conferences like this. I'm more than happy to be here today to share my personal story of how I found an interest in North Korean issues, as well as listen to the amazing and inspiring stories shared by all of the speakers here today. Personally, one of my aunts who I grew up with one day explained to me that her family was originally from North Korea, which is how I took interest in the issue initially. Although she grew up in China for most of her life, she had so many interesting and fascinating stories about her trips to North Korea across the river, and I listened to how she worked in a North Korean factory, stories about the traditional markets, and tales of the friends she made while she was in North Korea. It was shocking how little I knew about someone who was so close to me growing up. She had never told me any of these stories until I took interest first and asked her about them. This later took root as an important lesson for myself, that I should always actively listen and take a role in getting to know the stories of people who grew up in different environments than me, particularly those from North Korea. When tutoring North Korean refugee children, I always kept in mind that I have the duty to take interest and actively take an effort to get to know them as people, even if they may initially seem unapproachable or different on the surface. As such, being involved in North Korean issues helped me grow and mature a lot as a person as well. Ever since then, personally, North Korean issues have felt very close to my heart. I took interest in learning about North Korean issues through watching documentaries and movies related to the topic, as well as reading books and watching lectures by North Korean refugees. I felt a sense of companionship in that we are one people, as I am ethnically Korean, and found the same heritage and wanted to take a more active role in advocating for North Korean human rights in the ways that I could. Coincidentally, right beside where I had gone to high school, there was a school called the Heavenly Dream School. Despite our very close distance, I was never able to meet any of the students that went to this school, something I one day considered odd. I then did research on what school it is, only to find that it was a school for North Korean refugee children operated by a church. At the time, I was serving as the vice president of Link at my high school. I then looked into ways we could potentially collaborate with the school to host speech competitions and organize tutoring sessions. Although the process was not immediate or easy, collaborations to come, including eventually those with TNKR as well. Although I unfortunately was not able to continue such efforts as a high schooler upon my graduation, I wanted to continue to involve myself for this cause that I had found much passion and personal significance for, which ultimately led me to join Link at Penn. I was fascinated that there were so many more like-minded people at Penn about North Korean issues than I had thought, and the extent to which people were interested in the cause was a pleasant surprise for me. I realized that it is not easy to care about and continue to care about the rights of people we may potentially never be in direct contact with. However, by being a part of Penn Link, I learned about how much having a community matters and that through collaborative effort, change can be achieved. Going forward, I want to continue to do my part in spreading awareness of the issue of North Korean rights. Regardless of politics or our separation, I have the strong personal belief that we have the moral duty to care for one another as a people. This forum in many ways is very meaningful as our efforts at our individual schools are coming together in a collaborative and productive way. While we currently are only able to help through fundraising and donations, we hope to expand our efforts in furthering the cause going forward. Before COVID, my role as communications chair would entail inviting speakers, such as those at this conference, screening documentaries, and hosting interactive initiatives and collaborations with other clubs. Now, during COVID, my role has changed significantly. Efforts are centered around creating online content such as blog posts or Instagram stories to keep people engaged, updated, and continuously interested in the issue during the pandemic. With the help of our team, I post regular updates on club activity and news, as well as make interactive Instagram posts for followers. A lot of people are interested in North Korean news and use our Instagram to follow our newest stories, something we consider a success. As said earlier, my role as an activist for North Korean human rights continued in a much different form after going to Penn. Because fundraising is the main way we can give practical help to the cause, our efforts are centered around planning different activities to raise funds in a meaningful way. Personally, I took the role of communications chair because I wanted to be the bridge between our cause, North Korean human rights, and spreading awareness and the activities that we do to support this cause. Shown on the screen are photos of our work and our club members who have been working tirelessly to further this cause along with me. It has been amazing to find that there was such a heartwarming and genuine community at Penn that cares about this issue even from a far distance, both culturally and physically. Now shown are two of our club executive members who wanted to share their own personal stories of why they're interested in and continue to advocate for North Korean issues.
Hi, my name is Ruby. I'm a part of Pen for Liberty in North Korea. And my first interest in North Korean human rights started with my grandfather, who was born in North Korea before there was even a North Korea. So ever since I was little, I always thought about how different my life would be had I been born on the other side of the border. So, the more I learned about North Korea, I realized that no one deserves to live under such oppression, and I wanted to educate my classmates as much as I could about the issue.
Hey everyone, my name is Joey Lohman. I currently serve as the marketing chair and was the former vice president of UPenn's chapter of Link. I support Link because I want to give everyone the equal opportunity to hopes and dreams and freedoms and liberties that my grandfather had. My grandfather actually escaped when he was 15 years old, and his resilience, persistence, they consistently motivate me on a daily basis. And I just want to be able to give people in similar situations that same opportunity for a better life.
Hi, my name is
Hey everyone, my name is Joey Lohman. I currently serve.
And these are photos from the Awareness Series event held in person on Locust Walk, which is Penn's main walkway on campus with heavy traffic from undergraduate and graduate students. We did an event where we asked students to write down what they wanted to share with North Korean people. This was a way to make helping more personable and to let students know that even their small donations can really transform someone's life. As such, we are working tirelessly to share the importance of the cause on Penn's campus. As much as I personally care about Korean issues, I hope I can make a greater impact in the future as well, whether that be at Penn or in Korea. Being at this conference is definitely one of the first steps to achieving this goal, and I am so grateful to have the opportunity to speak about my experiences and listen to other inspiring experiences at this conference. Thank you so much, everyone.
Hi, Hannah. Thank you very much for your speech. And I clearly remember the other students from your school. They gave a speech in last conference at the Harvard University. So this time, I'm happy to you from the University of Pennsylvania. So thank you very much for your speech.
Thank you so much.
Okay, so we listened one of refugee speaker and then 3 college students speeches, and now we have a take a break for listening music and quiz and raffle time. So raffle, we will give 5 books, Yeonmi signed book, and then quiz, we will give Eunseom books, which is also signed by her. Before quiz and raffle, we will listen the music, which is performed by TNK Global School Union. I want to explain a little bit about the TNK Global School Union. They are high school students attending international school or foreign school in Korea. They are very eager and motivated to be a volunteer, especially North Korean refugee issue in here. So they set up their own association under the TNKR, which is formally our name. So they are more than 100 people as a member with us. So part of that, the one ensemble, which is a music team. So they will perform the 3 music song. It's a kind of classic song, but you can more like take a break by listening to music. So hope you enjoy of the music.
Okay, excellent. Thank you so much to those young people for performing. And just to let you know, there was Eugene Kang on the piano. On the cello was Jeong Yoon, and on the clarinet was Tony Ban. And on the piano was Eugene Kang, and he actually is one of the founders of the TNKR Global High School Union. They've done so many great things. It's been a great partnership. They're one of our projects, but it feels like we have partners in working with them. And now it's time for the raffle. And the raffle will be led by some of those young people that you saw earlier talking about the great things that they're doing as volunteers. And so I'm going to leave it over to them because I don't even know how they're doing it. I provided all the names and the numbers for it. And so we'll be giving away this time 5 copies of Yeonmi Park's book in the raffle. And then they'll have the trivia time. And during that time, they'll be giving away 1 copy of Eun-sun Kim's book. Okay, so I would now like to turn it over to those young people.
So we'll start off by doing the quiz, and then the raffle will take place shortly after.
Hi, my name is Seohyun, and I've been involved with editing and translating for FSI since last June. And I'll just take a moment to share my screen for the quiz. So first, our trivia quiz will consist of a couple of questions about North Korean refugees and FSI as an organization. And we're using a website called Kahoot. So first, you need to go on your phone and then go to Safari and type www.kahoot.it. And we'll also put this link in the chat box as well. And then you'll see a box to put in the game pin. And our game pin, as you can see here, is 396087. And after you put in the number, you can type your name in as well. And we'll wait for around a minute or 2 to let everyone come in. Okay, we'll give one last minute to let everyone join and then we'll start. Okay, great. So I think most people are here. And just to let you know, we have 20 questions in total, and you will have 1 minute to answer each question. And the person who gets the most points will win a signed book by Eun Kim titled 1,000 Miles to Freedom. So yeah, good luck everyone, and let's get started.
Okay, so the first question is, are there more male or female North Korean refugees residing in South Korea?
The next question is, what is the biggest age demographic of North Korean defectors in South Korea? The next question is, which region in South Korea has the most North Korean defectors?
Okay, so the next question is, what is the average employment rate of male North Korean refugees?
Next, what is the most common academic background for North Korean defectors?
The next question is, what is the average employment rate of female North Korean refugees?
Next, what is the most common professional background for North Korean defectors?
What is the biggest obstacle of employment for female refugees?
Next, what is the most common region of birth for North Korean defectors? Okay, how many North Korean refugees have escaped to South Korea in the last 2 decades? Next, where do most North Korean refugees defect to? What percentage of FSI refugees are women? Next, how has the number of defections been affected by COVID-19?
What is the first battle of North Korean refugees?
Next, when did the U.S. first grant refugee status to North Korean refugees?
Since 2006, around how many North Korean refugees have been admitted into the US?
Next, how many North Korean refugees have received political asylum in the U.S.?
When was FSI, formerly TNKR, originally founded?
Lastly, who are the co-founders of FSI?
Okay, so our winner is Lorelai.
Congratulations, you'll be getting a signed book by Insun Kim. And now we're going to move on to the raffle.
Okay, so I will now share my screen. Can you all see? Okay, great. Okay, so raffle winner 1 is Christopher, ST. Raffle winner 2 is Mark. Raffle winner number 3 is Andrew. Raffle winner number 4 is Pamela. And raffle winner number 5 is Elizabeth K. So those are our 5 raffle winners.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for managing that. And I know who all the winners are, so I will follow up with them. But also, Eungu posted a message in the chat to email her to confirm that you are the winner. But I know who you are, so I will find you, and I'll let you know. And we'll be sending you a copy of the book. Just make sure that we do have your address, so we can send that out to you very soon. Okay, so thank you so much for that. You'll all receive a copy of Yeonmi Park's book, and signed and dedicated to you. So congratulations on winning. Now, here we're going to start the second part of our forum today, and we're joined by Evelyn Jeong. And actually, she lives in the USA, but she happens to be traveling on to South Korea at this time. So thankfully she was able to come in. It is, what time is it now? It's 1:39 a.m. here in Seoul, and probably past her bedtime based on, yeah. But she's here and she'll be giving a speech to all of you. And then after that, we'll have time for Q&A. But just to remind you that the rest of the forum, after Evelyn, we'll hear from they just conducted the raffle. Seohyun and Cherie will be giving talks. And then Seohyun Lee will be speaking after that. And she's with the Pyeonghatin channel. And then we'll finish with Yeonmi Park to wrap it all up. And then we'll have the final quiz and raffle. Okay, so now it's time to hear from Evelyn, Jeong.
Hello everyone, I'm Evelyn and I will be sharing my past stories in escaping North Korea and living as a defector. The first challenge I faced was crossing the North Korea border. My mom and I had to cross the Yeonmi River in the freezing winter. In order to cross the border, we had to wait until the river was completely frozen to walk across. It was so cold to the point where I thought I may die of hypothermia. By the end of arduous trip, my gloves were ripped apart and my hands were exposed to the cold weather of North Korean's winter. However, I was able to overcome each new obstacle. After I escaped, I arrived in China first, where I took a long bus ride into the mountains bordering Laos. At the border, there was a banana farm with the really friendly farmers who welcomed me. We stayed in their house in the mountains and fascinated on bananas. They also killed a pig for us to eat with them. As pig soup, pig chops, pork belly, and pork dishes. Everything was pork, rice, and of course bananas. However, Laos still has the chance of arresting me and ending my mission to freedom. While in Laos, we ate a lot of sticky rice and fish in order to get out of Laos and into the large safety of Thailand. We used a boat so narrow and small. We had to sit single file the whole trip across the Hung River, which was zigzagged, crossing to hop the border. Finally, with some other North Koreans, I was in the welcome arm of North Thailand. Most of North Koreans choose to go to South Korea, but I wanted to come to America because I wanted to learn, study, and contribute to the democracy of US and live the American dream as my mom strongly recommended. However, I still stuck in Thailand. I was interviewed 4 times at the Bangkok refugee camp, and my mission to reach Americans seemed very far. What trapped me in Thailand was waiting to be assigned to my foster parents in the United States. I was left alone for the very first time and soon felt very lonely. There was no one to take care of me when I was sick, and I had memories of loved one I missed. such as my grandmother, which haunted me in my isolation. This loneliness taught me a very valuable lesson that family is everything in this world. I first discovered Christianity in Thailand from missionaries who were from China. I thought they were crazy since would they would close their eyes and talk to someone who was not there. After a few months, I started escaping their beliefs because they told me if you believe in a God, you will be better. After that seems like an eternity, I finally gained my assignment to an American foster family and flew out to the US full of hope. This hope quickly dimensioned when I realized a new types of isolation. I was not going to be able to communicate with other people in the United States. November 6th, 2014, a day I will never forget my arrival to the United States. I was both nervous and tired when my new American foster family welcomed me. I was not able to speak English at all, making it a very frustrating period of time for me. However, with the help of my foster parents and my determination to learn, I was able to learn English quickly. Getting to America, my plane landed near a bunch of farms, making me think America was all farmland and poor. But after going a few miles, we reached the city, and I was completely shocked and surprised to see how oh my gosh, okay. Sorry guys. Okay. Many kinds. Oh gosh, I lost. Many cars. Many cars. There were in how hug the buildings were. When first to meet me, my foster family did looked like giant. Even their daughter, who was younger than me, I always look up to them, really to celebrity my arrival with the first meal in America. My foster mom made an apple pie, but I never had a cinnamon or caked apple before. After one bite, the taste was so weird and virgin that I had secretly threw it away. I know. I knew no English when I first got to America, and I am still learn more even today. Once in America, I was told to start high school ESL class, learn English. My foster family was a big help in learn English since they would take turn every 15 minutes to help me read the books in English that we get from the library. I had to use a phone translator at first to talk to my foster family for a long time. After a while, I could have simple conversation in English, but important thing need translating. I started America education as a freshman in high school. I was surprised about how diverse the school was in just one classroom. My ESL class had people from countries around the world. I was happily surprised by my American teacher, who was a tall, handsome, and muscular man. But his one flaw was that he was married and tattooed. Studying the word map was very eye-opening. I had never ever heard of Africa while in North Korea. High school overall was fun, but I do not want to go back. Having good so many traumatic experiences, and living in a foster family, I've learned how to deal with the mental health problem. My main way is opening up to friends so I can feel understood, calmed, and loved. We all have people around us who can help. We just have to ask. Also, I see a therapist who helped me overcome my depression, loneliness, and anxiety. And I recommend I I recommend finding help to anyone who experiences those feelings, since I have felt them all. Hey guys, I came from North Korea, so if I fix my mental health problem, so can you. Let's be happy together. Since my arrival to the US, I have become too thankful my foster family and for my new friends who helped me overcome my emotional and language barriers. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Evelyn. And I'm really happy that I could meet you in person like this. Okay, fantastic. And let me go ahead and look in the chat to see if anyone has any questions for her. But one thing that I want to ask is, so you're here on a trip. What are you doing in Seoul or South Korea now?
Well, I'm here just meet my family first, and then second, I was on TV show called Imanga. Yes.
On my way to meet you.
Right.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. I was on it too.
Oh, really?
Yeah. 2 years ago, maybe 2 or 3 years ago.
Nice, nice.
Okay, but can you tell? I mean, is it okay for you to talk about what happened on that show? Because it's a very special story.
Yeah, sure. Why
Okay.
not? Yeah, I met my mom in the TV show. I never met my mom since she and I escaped from North Korea to China, and she was in China for a couple of years, and I was left earlier because she had to leave the things there. Like she was businesswoman, so she need to work on like her business stuff. So I was leave earlier than her, and then it's been 7 years to I didn't see her, and I was in the United States for 7 years. So, and like 15 days, 20 days ago, after quarantine, the Imanga, how is it called?
On my way to meet you.
Okay, On My Way to Meet You. Okay, so the TV show called On My Way to Meet You. I was there and then meet my mom there first time, and then we were crying. Both of us, we were crying, and then yeah, I feel so emotional. She looks so old, and she realized like I grow so much, and I was too tall. Yeah, it's like we both are surprised and they cry both, and too much emotional going on, and yeah, just wow.
Wow, sure was a great show. So,
I know it was a great show.
All right, and okay, so we have a couple of questions. Max has a question here. We know Max.
Max
So-
is my friend.
I know. He emailed me also. So Max, oops, the question disappeared. What was the biggest culture shock that you had in the USA?
The biggest culture shock is you wear shoes at your house, and then there's like two bunk bed, and I was staying on like top of the bed, and I was like so surprised, and what's going on here, and it's a different, totally different world, and oh my gosh, and I didn't meet American people in whole my life, and then after I met my foster family, I was shocked, and they're too tall and giant, and yeah.
Okay, all right. And what is something a U.S. citizen can do to help North Korean people?
Probably raise up the money and then right way to support um, the community who are helping escaping North Koreans, and the way just raise the money first, and then helping North Korean out for like paying for brokers.
Absolutely agree.
Yes, yes.
Okay, and please raise money also for this organization, lovetnkr.org/donate. Okay, so please support us also. And then, and actually I wanted to mention about the shoes. Now that I'm in South Korea, I've been living here for a while. I never wear my shoes in the house now.
Oh, yeah, I know, right?
I've changed, so.
No way.
Right? And then, okay, so what is this? It says, okay, Brooke asked, did you tell your peers or your friends, did you tell others that you were from North Korea? And if so, how did they respond? So after you went to the USA and you would meet people, would you tell them, I'm from North Korea?
Well, when I was in high school, I didn't tell all my friends too I am from North Korea, because I know I'm gonna get a lot of questions, but which is I didn't get any questions from my close friends. And I went to church, Korean church, and then they asked me a bunch of questions, and I answer first step by step, and they buy me dinner, lunch, and invite their house, and I was having fun. And the most question I get, how do you escape from North Korea? And then is that North Korea is like really poor? Yeah, it's like Kim Jong-un is everything. That's the most question I get.
Wait, did you answer earlier how you escaped?
Oh, well, yeah, I did.
I
I
stepped out of the room, so
I
did.
did.
So,
I
okay,
did.
and then I saw the question from CJ. Do you believe that mental health resources should be better allocated? Sorry, do you believe that question from CJ? Sorry, the chat keeps going up so quickly. We have so many questions. Thank you, everybody. But I cannot follow everything here, so I'm looking here. Do you believe that mental health resources should be better allocated for North Korean refugees? So do North Korean refugees need more mental health support?
Of course, they really, really need mental health programs, because North Korea and South Korea and America is really different, because the culture and the North Korea is way behind all the systems, and then, I mean, like they having hard time living in North Korea, because I can say that because North Korea is poor. It is right. So they need to earn money, and they struggle with their life. And when they come back, it's the totally different world, and then they escape by themselves. Just like for me, I escaped with my mom, but I went to America, and there was no one there, and I was alone, and I also need a mental health program, because I'm alone, and there's like a lot of hard things coming up, and I trying to figure out by myself, and I always need a mental health program, and I had therapist too, and and I had American foster family. They have different culture, and then I have different culture too, and American, and I'm North Korean as a North Korean, so we have to figure out those kind of part. So I had a mental health, what's that called? Therapist.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then Sabina asked, she said that you mentioned you hadn't heard about Africa before you went to the USA. So what was the most shocking piece of information you learned after escaping? So the most shocking thing you learned after you went to the USA?
Shocking thing. I mean, there was too much information for me because in North Korea, when I was living in North Korea, there's like no internet. You guys already know about this. There's no internet, like there's no way to learn other countries. So I didn't know where Africa is, where America is. I thought America is a small, tiny country, but it's not. Huge, big, too diverse. So that's how I realized America is different country, like what I thought. And everything was shocked. And I don't even know how to type Google. And like one of my friends, they searched like 20 minutes and 20 minutes for their research paper, but for me, I take 2 hours or 20 days. It's crazy, very crazy. And or essays, they take like 20 minutes to finish 4 pages. I finished like only 1 page for maybe like 2 hours, something like it takes forever. And everything was new and everything was different and clothes and, you know, like all the things, like food. Yeah, okay. Way too much. Yeah.
Well, Brooke asked, do you think it would have been harder if you had come to South Korea instead of the U.S.? Sorry, do you think okay. Brooke asked, do you think it would have been much harder if you had gone to South Korea instead of the USA? Because of social pressure and maybe even the mental health things?
Yeah, probably it's harder. Well, like languages are the same, but there's the studying is too competition.
Okay.
But in America, it's a more flexible and more easygoing. Not too much easygoing, but it just I think much easier than South Korean like education.
Okay.
That's what I
less
thought.
Competitive,
Yeah, less competitive and
with the mental health, I think in the USA, people are more open to talk about it.
yes, open to
compared
talk
South
about.
Korea.
Yes, that's the point. Thanks for pulling out.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
That's why I'm here.
Yes. Yeah, like in the US, it's easier to talk with the people, like everything on the table, right? But in Korea, I think everything under the table.
Okay, hidden.
Behind the
Okay.
table.
Yes, okay.
So probably that's the little bit difficult for me, but
Okay, well, you made the right choice.
Yes.
All right. Then Evan Appleton asked, are you planning to travel to other countries? And if so, which country would you like to visit?
I will go visit Thailand.
Any
Which
reason?
is
What's the
which
reason?
is like I've been there 10 months in Bangkok, present for refugee camp. You can call it refugee camp for that. And so I never went to outside in Thailand, so I really want to go visit and walk around and try new food and
Just enjoy it as a tourist, not as a prisoner.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes, that's right. Yeah.
Probably
That's
a different
right.
experience, right? Okay, and then, well, Moonchild, that's your name, I'll say it. So how can we raise awareness for Koreans in North Korea, since these days in South Korea, it's illegal to send the leaflets and balloons and other things into North Korea. So what are some ways to raise awareness?
Wow.
So to inform North Koreans about the outside world.
I think you know this better.
No.
No?
but
No,
They want to
okay.
hear from you. They can.
Okay.
They don't listen to me, so.
I think it's good to speak out and know about more North Korean culture, because North Korea is like more close and private country in the world. So it's time for us to open everything for good things, bad things, both. And the helping way will be I know there's like a lot of organization who are helping North Koreans escaping from North Korea to South Korea or America or Canada or like a lot of North Koreans escape different countries to now these days. So I think it's good to like keep doing that kind of stuff, that kind of work, and I need to figure out that too. Actually, yeah.
Yeah, it's not an easy thing.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
not easy.
I hope I said right. Friha or Frija, maybe, ask, are there any questions people ask you about North Korea that you think are too personal or maybe just probe too much into your personal life? So are there any questions that you would prefer that people not ask you?
Yeah, probably my emotional feelings with my friends and my families in North Korea, and so that kind of stuff is so sensitive. So I don't want to talk about it, or political issues. I cannot talk about it.
Well, I want to. Why do you think people ask those questions? Because I'm always amazed. Well, I'll give you an example. I've worked with many reporters over the years who wanted to interview North Korean refugees, and one reporter kind of complained to me that the refugee's not saying anything, and I said, "You just met her. So why do you think she's going to open up and just tell you every single personal thing, bad things that happened to her?" I think people have unrealistic expectations when it comes to North Korean refugees, that they're supposed to just say everything from the beginning. But I think for some people, you want to get to know the person and you
Right.
feel comfortable.
Yes.
And then you can start to open up the way most people in the world do.
Yes,
But I don't know why these
right. The
people
normal
think-
way.
Yeah, people think North Korean refugees should just open up about everything. But I think people should just treat you as an individual, get to know you, and then
Right.
when you're ready to talk about it, you can do it.
Right, that's
Yeah,
right.
Yeah.
Yes.
So, okay, we solved that problem. So stop doing that. Okay.
Yes.
And then, do you have a plan to bring anyone else from your family, asked by Claude, such as dad or relatives? I guess it's also kind of personal maybe, but
Yeah.
because sometimes even that kind of question, okay, so I've done a lot of reading about American history, about American slavery. During those times, the activists could not talk about everything, could not talk about where their families were. And it's similar about with North Korean refugees, that again, people think whatever, you should just open up. But I want to, well, I don't want to get too far into it, but there have been stories of North Korean refugees who've gotten caught because of their relatives revealing too much information.
Right,
So,
right.
right. So maybe it's not really good to try to get into that.
Yeah, also like, if I trying to someone else who like helping North Korean refugee who trying to escape, I cannot talk these things on public because it might get caught from
Right.
from North Korea government. So it's very sensitive topic and dangerous. And if we're a close friend, we can talk about like, oh, I'm going to helping this my friend, like her name is like Jackie, something like that. But it's I cannot talk about this like on public.
Right. Well, I'll give a very quick example, and I've heard about many, but we had one student in our program who gave an interview to a South Korean reporter, and the reporter reported on it, but she didn't know all of what would be in the newspaper. Then some of her relatives got captured,
Oh no.
and she doesn't know if it was just a coincidence or if it was because of what she revealed, but she attempted suicide and just went through a terrible time in her
know.
life. And actually, she joined our program and changed her life and all that. But the point is that sometimes just asking somebody, hey, you're going to bring your relatives, and it's a dangerous situation. Yeah.
It is.
Yeah.
It is.
Okay. And
Yeah,
then,
I agree.
let's see. I saw a question here, another one question from Evan Appleton, but I lost what it was now. Roger asked, what are your dreams in the future?
My dreams. Wow, that's a hard question. My dreams is simple. I just want to keep. I just want to be happy, and find my family, and I just want to be happy in this world, and that's why I'm here in America or South Korea, and you know, and if I'm get happy, I can share my happiness to others. If I'm not happy, and I cannot share my happiness, you know.
Right, sure. I understand. Then peace and love. Okay, I guess that's your name. How is education in North Korea, and what did they teach you in particular? What did you learn when you were there?
Like when I was there, I was a singing group, and I was one of the singer, and I practiced a lot of Kim's family's song. And
Okay, let's turn on some music
no,
now. What
no,
kind of
no,
music?
no.
Yes, you're going to perform now, right? That you came here like 2 a.m. You're going to sing? No,
Oh,
okay. All
no. We shouldn't do that.
right. Okay, no problem.
Yeah.
No problem. So, and then Peace and Love also asked the question, so how are you doing now?
How I'm doing now? I'm doing great, and I'm having fun here in South Korea. And what else? And I just walking around, and South Korea is very different than America. And like in America, there is a small population of Asian, but here in South Korea, big, huge population. And I feel like I really want to be friend with them. You know, in America, there's like small, tiny population, and like if I see Asians, and I feel like, oh, I just want to be friend with them. You know, it's something that kind of emotions going on. And here in South Korea, like a lot of guys and girls, they're so fashionable and like very eye-opening. Korean is everywhere, and like it's way crazy.
More people are asking you to sing.
Oh, sing! No, tonight. It's 2 a.m., 3 a.m., right?
Okay, all right then. Okay. And then when you meet other North Korean, this is by Brooke, when you meet other North Korean refugees, do you notice a difference between those who've never been abroad or those who just stay in South Korea without traveling abroad?
Wait, I don't get that question.
Okay, so
When you meet
yeah, okay, everybody, 3-level questions, a little bit difficult sometimes. So when you meet other North Korean refugees, do you notice a difference between those who've never traveled and those who've just stayed in South Korea? But have you lived in South Korea before?
No,
You've
this
never
is
lived
my
here?
first time.
First visit here.
First
Okay.
visit.
All
It's
right.
the first my time to, visit out of America, traveling to, how I describe this. Like I've been in the U.S. 6 years, and I never been to out of country, and this is my first time to traveling here in South Korea. Yes.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll
Does
try.
that make sense?
That makes sense. Sure.
Okay.
Well, we'll try Sabina's question. Do you think there's anything that North Korea does better than the rest of the world?
Wow.
Killing people? I don't know. Concentration camps? But is there anything else that they do that's better?
They do this better?
Yeah, is there anything, or just we can take it to a different level. Is there something that's better, such as the food or something else?
Oh yeah, food. Like in South Korea, there's a lot of different types of food. There's like tteokbokki, and in North Korea we don't have tteokbokki here in North Korea. And then the better thing is let North Korean people free. Yeah, like I recommend North Korean. Is that the question? Is that right?
I think so. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, I wish like North Korean government, all the like North Korean people who live in North Korea, like let them go like free, like go to England or other countries and visit. Yeah.
Okay. All right. And then let me look at the questions here. Sorry, everyone. I lost track of the questions. It's I've got the 2 different screens to look at here. Okay. And let's see. Did I miss any? Much harder. Okay. Well, Evan Appleton asked, are you planning to continue your education?
For me, it depends. Like if I want to, and I will do it. But if not, and it's my life. Yeah, no one can control me. I cannot control you guys. You know, we're all free. We're all adults.
So how do you think you've changed over the last 6 years being in the USA and to this point? So 2014, Evelyn versus 2021, Evelyn.
I mean, I learned a lot of. I gone through a lot of experience by myself, like when I live in America, and I having struggle time and depression and loneliness and, you know, like emotional feelings and too much going on. And right now I'm overcome, and like in my future, I don't think so it's gonna be easy, and it's gonna be hard too. But I have hold my back, like having like hard experiences. So that helped me a lot to make it strong. Make me strong. So when I was arriving in America, I was another young girl, and who
You're
didn't
still a young
know.
girl, by the way.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. I'm still learning like people and language and yeah.
Okay. And then speaking of language, someone, Roos, R-O-O-S, asked, are there different dialects in North Korea?
Different dialects.
Yeah, so differences in the language.
Yeah, of course. Like in South Korea, we like 안녕하세요, and in North Korea, 안녕하십니까. Something like different accent and.
But in North Korea.
Yeah, in North Korea.
In North Korea,
yeah,
different
also
ways.
like
Okay, all right.
Pyongyang, and I live north, like very upper side, and like Pyongyang and my city is different accent and different words going on. So in South Korea also, South Korea use different words and different accent, and I mean I learned that too, but yeah, I enjoy.
Then Powered by Notes asked, what was the most surprising thing about the outside world?
Surprising?
Yeah, so after you escaped North Korea, so what was the thing that surprised you the most?
The car and city and people. And for me, I just strictly go to America. So I don't know about who are living in South Korea, but for me, I was in America, and every like the people and the culture and how they act is different, and how they speaking is different, and they have a lot of cars, and the shocking fact was like the food. They eat hamburgers, and for especially my foster family, they're vegetarian. And for me, I eat meat. And I miss meat a lot that time. And I go by myself to cook meat by myself in their house. And first time I tried a fish burger.
Okay.
Because my foster family was vegetarian.
So you eat meat and you landed with a vegetarian family, but oh, she's so strange.
I know.
Oh, okay. And then, okay, if reunification between North and South Korea happens, would you return to North Korea even just to visit? This was asked by Laura. So if you had a chance to go back to North Korea after reunification, would you go?
Of course, I would just go right away. Yeah, why not? I have friends there, and I grew up there. I born there. I'm like in America or in South Korea. Of course, that's my hometown, and all my grown up neighborhood and all my friends there. So, of course.
Yes.
Of course.
Well, a lot of people ask this kind of question, and usually they'll ask, what do you miss about North Korea? And because of this question, we started asking the students in our program, and I think we asked about 150 people. And almost everybody just mentioned family, and family and friends, and of course their hometowns, which is what most people miss in the world, not just North Koreans.
Of course, we cried about it, like most of North Koreans' family, like family live in North Korea, so they cry about it because we cannot see and we cannot contact with them, and oh my gosh, it's heartbreaking.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just, I don't know, it's kind of crazy. 21st century, and you can't just contact people. Yeah. So, okay. Question: how can people find you on the internet or
Oh,
where?
for me, I have a YouTube channel
And just post it in the
Evelyn.
chat.
Yeah, Evelyn, and I just take a like vlogs in Chicago area, and for me like these days I take a break right now, but I will update very soon. So please follow me on YouTube channel.
Yes. Well, you might come on my channel, although
Yes.
I'm sorry I don't have many subscribers
No,
yet.
that's fine. That's fine. Like I
So-
don't really mind people who have like small, small channel. Like I just worry about their heart.
Okay. Well,
Yeah.
thank you then. Okay. Glenn Boyer asks, is this taking place in Seoul? The answer is yes.
Yes.
2:19 a.m. in Seoul. So yes, it's yes, we're doing this live, and so I don't know how much longer I can last though. Lexi just pointed that out also. That, yeah, we're gonna go until 6 a.m. It's like some telethon that we're having now without
Thanks,
raising,
Max.
but without raising money, unfortunately. So okay, and Max pointed out that you also have a TikTok.
Yes.
Which I've
yes.
also seen.
Yeah, I have TikTok, and I just post the fact and then my dance move videos.
Yes,
It's just for fun.
Yeah, sure. I've seen those also. And then, okay, well, Evan Appleton asked, have you been to Korean restaurants in the USA? And is the Korean food as good as the Korean food in North Korea?
Well, like North Korean food and South Korean food is different. North Korean and South Korean food is different. And America have South Korean food too and South Korean restaurant. And North Korea have like different types of the ingredients. Like we have the same ingredients, but we use it differently. So the restaurant and the food is different. And I think South Korea have better food, and I like North Korean food a lot because I grown up there and I ate North Korean food. Just a little bit tiny of difference. Yeah. So yeah.
That's the answer, Evan. Okay. And then, sorry again, Frija, I hope I said it right. I know this is a common question, but I'm wondering if you've seen Crash Landing on You.
Yes.
Okay, I've never seen it, but I have no idea.
Should. It's really fun.
Well, I don't watch
yeah.
any TV. Is it on Netflix or where?
Yeah, it's on Netflix.
How do I find Netflix?
You just search on just Crash Landing on You or
Really?
Korean K-drama. It will show up.
I'm so out of it. I have no idea.
No,
so
it's
okay,
fine
so
if you
okay, but so what do you think about it?
I mean, it's very cool, and the actress. Like I was so surprised. Like when I arrived here in America, here in South Korea, I went to what's that called? Car. You know, the basement of like your car garage. What's that called? Like car garage. Like your parking lot. Yes, basement parking lot. It's a similar to Crash Landing on You. The video, like the scenes, and I was like so shocked, and oh, this is a place, the drama, the drama place, and I was like, wow, like freaking out, and oh yeah, I having fun, and the movie was really really fun, and I wish there's like more episodes,
Okay, I haven't seen it. Well, but what I've heard is that they actually had a North Korean refugee who was part of the production team.
Yes,
so
yes,
to keep it as as authentic and
right. I saw
truthful
her.
as possible.
Yeah.
So okay, Roger says, I love your laugh, Evelyn.
Oh, thanks.
Let's see. And the Oz man. Oh, long question. All right. Do North Koreans suffer the same type of emotional and PTSD symptoms while being there as described, going through after defecting. Okay. Or, sorry, it's 2:20 in the morning, everybody. So short questions, please. Or are the more overwhelming afterwards due to not being suppressed?
What's a
Okay.
PTSD symptoms?
Post-traumatic stress disorder. So after you've been through some traumatic experience, and you still have like whatever memories of the terrible things that happened to you, causes whatever depression or other things.
I mean, I saw execution when I was in North Korea, and sometimes it's on my dream sometimes, and I was like, whoa, what's going on? Okay, I'm not I'm not there, and it was the shocking fact. Like I saw the execution when I live in North Korea, and write down some notes like I won't watch like South Korean dramas, or it's illegal to watch South Korean dramas or American movies because it's our enemies. So we cannot watch any of those movies. So like someone killed by that, and like spurring out the movie to other people.
Yeah.
In North Korea. So
this is the thing. So I've been doing this kind of work now for 9 years, and it's amazing that.
Thank you so much.
Okay,
Yeah,
well,
I
thank
mean,
you.
I was did this like last year. So,
Well, it's okay if you get involved. People will forget you weren't doing anything before, and I tell that to other people.
I mean,
Yeah.
I didn't shoot them. I just saw. I just saw the execution.
Okay, no, I understand. But
Yeah.
what I'm saying is that I've been doing this kind of work for 9 years, and talking to North Korean refugees, we can be talking about a serious topic, a fun topic, and then I saw executions when I was young.
Yeah.
I mean, just like out of nowhere. Yeah, but I don't know, it's just like really interesting and
I know,
unfortunate that people have to go through that kind of thing. What a crazy system. So, yeah.
Well, it's different world in North Korea. North Korea is different world.
Right, definitely different world. Okay, and then, sorry, let me check for the questions. And I think we have about 5 minutes left. So if you have a final question, now is the time to ask, because it is now 2:25 here. Okay. Okay, I don't see. Okay, the Osman says, I admire you so much. And then, okay, so, all right, I don't know who it is. Ri Chun-hee, is this like an actor or something? Do you know who it is? Ri Chun-hee?
Recently?
Okay, yeah, I don't know who that is. Ri Chun-hee.
No.
Okay, so we'll just skip that, so, okay. Well, Glenn asked a question that's somewhat similar, I think, to the previous question, that is, what's something good about North Korea? But in this case, I guess it's a little bit different. So he's asking, what's the best thing in North Korea?
Best thing.
Yeah.
Probably like who are living like family together, because most of North Korean families who are in South Korea or China, and they're like spread out apart.
Okay.
So it's very sad, and then so it's really sad. And the good thing is like the families who are living all together, and then like there's like some parties sometimes, like neighborhood parties.
Okay.
And that's my favorite part actually. And then like when I go to friend's house, we having like karaoke and dance together, and that's my most favorite memories when I was living in North Korea, and try the street food, and what else? And ride a bike in North Korea, like go to school and come home, and that's my best memory. Like when I was in North Korea.
What I started to say earlier is that we've interviewed lots of our students, just talking to them as they were coming into our program, and we would ask them what they missed. No, actually, we would ask them about the thing that they love about North Korea.
Love.
And only one person said Kim Il-sung.
Kim Il-sung?
None of them said Kim Jong-il or Kim Jong-un. But 150 people just talked about family and friends and their neighborhood. So people are just human stuff. It's not
Of course.
like any, you know.
Of course, like
Yeah.
I think like most of North Koreans are very pure because they don't know outside of world, so they're very pure. When I got out of from North Korea, they knew nothing. For me, I knew nothing. I didn't know about internet and Facebook, YouTube. I just learned like in a 6 years.
Well, amazing. Now I need to work on my Korean.
You don't have
Look
to.
at how much you've learned. So, and then Alex asked, was it difficult to learn English idioms?
Of course. Of course. Like English is my second language. Very, very hard. And even now I keep practicing my English. And like I was so slow learning, like learner.
Okay.
Yeah, and like I know my grammar is not perfect, even now how I speak, but I don't know how I got like some confidence here. I just talk.
Just do it. Okay.
Just doing it.
Well, but a lot of your videos are in English. Your YouTube.
I know.
Yeah.
But the grammars were bad. I knew.
Great. And then, okay, people saying, please do more of these forums. I hope we can. Oh, okay, someone explain. See, I don't follow North Korean things, everybody. I mean, I'll admit it. I'm more interested about freedom. So I'm not really interested about who the North Korean broadcasters are. But Ri Chun-hee is the North Korean broadcaster, a news reporter.
Oh.
So, yeah, so anyway, I think the person's Ri Chun-hee.
Ri Chun-hee?
Oh, Ri Chun-hee, okay.
Oh, really? Oh, Richuni. Oh, yeah.
Okay.
I remember. I
Yeah.
remember her.
Okay.
Oh, what about her?
Can you do an impression?
Oh, like
People want you to sing. Now they want you to do an impression of.
I like
North
her
Korean.
hair. I like her hair though. Her hair is like sheep, like so much color going on, and it's just like most of North Korean grandma's haircut is like that, like color, sheep, like sheep style.
Okay. Now, by the way, Ungu, my screen is not refreshing here. It's not refreshing, so I can't really see what's happening. Yeah, it's not updating anymore. Okay, and then, so I don't see any other questions here. Okay, great. Okay,
Are we done?
I think we're done.
Oh,
Oh, it's been
perfect.
fun.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm happy I
yes.
finally got to meet you. We got
Yes.
got in contact last year, but
Cool,
but now
yeah.
finally we got a chance. So
Yeah, thanks for having me.
yes, okay, but we'll have another discussion.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah, hopefully
Cool.
soon. Hopefully you can come back.
Of course.
Okay,
All right.
thank you
Thanks,
so much.
everyone.
Okay, thank you so much, and it's been great talking with Evelyn. And let me look at what's next. Okay, so next we're going to be hearing from another outstanding student. This one is Seohyun, and she's a student at Princeton University. She's been one of our super fantastic translators, helping us translate things, and also been involved. So we'll hear from her about her experience.
Cool.
Okay.
All right. Okay, wow, that was fun with Evelyn. So happy she could actually be
here with us to do the interview. So it was really great hearing her speech and then talking with her. Someone said it was really a spontaneous discussion that we had. And now we get to hear, as I said a bit earlier, from one of the excellent volunteers, college student who has been volunteering with us for a little while now, mainly helping with translation. So it's really great that we'll have a chance to hear from Seohyun, hear what it is that she's been doing. So Seohyun.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, great. Okay, I'll just start. But hi, everyone. My name is Seohyun. I am from Seoul, South Korea, and I'm currently a junior attending Princeton University. I'm majoring in English with certificates in African American Studies and Gender and Sexuality Studies. And I've been involved with Freedom Speakers International since last June. And I'm really honored to have been invited to speak at the International Freedom Forum this year. And today, I'm going to talk about how I became interested in supporting North Korean refugees, the work I've been doing with FSI, and lastly, how my involvement in FSI has made me more passionate about refugee rights and advocacy. So growing up in South Korea, I was constantly surrounded by information about North Korea, whether through the news on TV or history and politics classes. In school, we would often watch documentaries about life in North Korea and have debates on whether we supported reunification. In the media, I would also see news about North Koreans who defected to South Korea. Due to the bad blood between the North and the South Korean media did not always portray North Korean defectors in a very positive light. And also, public perception and attitudes regarding defectors have improved much with time. Stereotypes and prejudice about defectors still persist among the South Korean public. Looking back, whenever we would learn about North Korean defectors and refugees, it would be through a very political lens. And so we never really had the chance to think about them as isolated from the dictatorial regime, and more importantly, as individuals just like us, but with unique experiences and hardships. However, what made me really think about North Korean defectors and refugees deeply in a different light was through literature. I love to read, and much of what I have learned about the experiences of North Korean refugees has been through literature. In my high school English class, I remember reading a short story titled Drifting House by Chris Lee, which was about a group of siblings who tried to cross the border from North Korea to China. And I remember being really struck by the absolute horror and the gravity of the story. And it was a chance for me to really empathize and think about the sacrifices, the suffering, and the unimaginable physical and mental trauma that North Korean defectors battle with while trying to escape from North Korea. And after reading Lee's short story, I went online and I came across numerous videos that convey North Korean refugees articulating their experiences of defecting from the regime and resettling in places like South Korea or the US. So this made me realize just how important it is for North Korean refugees to share their narratives and perspectives with the world, and also for people to read and listen to their stories and become more aware of their plight. Last summer, I learned about Freedom Speakers International, and I was really drawn to their mission of empowering North Korean refugees through education, advocacy, and support, and also by enabling refugees to speak out publicly about their experiences. And so I became involved with editing and translating materials for FSI, including public speeches and interviews, as well as materials for repatriation campaigns for abduction victims. And in particular, by reading speeches written by North Korean refugees, I've become a lot more cognizant about the excruciating hardships North Korean refugees endure while trying to escape from North Korea, as well as the overwhelming challenges they face even after they make it to South Korea. Some of these challenges include the legal barriers and complications of settling down in South Korean society, the societal prejudice and discrimination against defectors, as well as human rights violations pertaining to forced labor and human trafficking outside of North Korea. So reading and editing these speeches have enabled me to really realize the extent of the losses and the obstacles North Korean defectors must overcome to seek a better life. My work, however, has not been limited to just helping North Korean refugees. One of my most memorable editing and translation projects was a speech intended to raise awareness about the Bring My Father Home campaign. In editing and translating this speech, I was able to educate myself more about the 1969 KAL abduction case, where a South Korean plane was hijacked and many of the passengers were kidnapped to North Korea. And in reading this speech, I learned how the South Korean government's unresponsiveness led the team on the campaign to seek and garner support from international organizations and institutions. This project again made me recognize the importance of finding platforms to reach broader audiences in order to address humanitarian cases still unsolved to this day. So through my involvement with FSI, I've been able to educate myself more on issues and historical events pertaining to North Korea, as well as advocate for North Korean refugees. In addition, I've also been really fascinated and inspired by how refugees are searching opportunities to share their narratives with the world, whether by giving speeches, doing interviews, publishing books, or even creating their own YouTube channels. And through my editing and translation work, I'm honored to have provided some help to North Korean refugees in raising public awareness and helping their stories reach a wider international audience. So my work with FSI has also motivated me to pursue other channels to advocate for the rights of refugees. And to this end, I began looking into more opportunities in my school that would allow me to help refugees. This academic year, I learned about the Princeton Asylum Project, which is a student-led initiative at my school. And just to give a brief introduction, in order for refugees to be granted asylum, they must first prove that they meet the legal definition of a refugee. However, in most cases, refugees are not guaranteed constitutional rights for legal counsel, and it is up to the refugee to seek legal services to help them claim asylum. And so what the Princeton Asylum Project does is we work with academic experts to create a country-specific report that details the social political conditions of the refugee's country, so that the judge or the asylum officer clearly understands the extent of the asylum seeker's mental and physical hardship and their need for asylum. The project has previously managed cases on topics including political violence, gender-based violence, child forced labor, and ethnic discrimination. So this spring semester, I started working as a student researcher for the Asylum Project. And I'm currently collaborating with a team of researchers to compile a detailed country conditions index to supplement asylum claims and affidavits of expert witnesses on the case. And throughout this entire process, I've been able to conduct extensive human rights research, particularly on laws and regulations addressing gender-based violence, including female genital mutilation and forced marriages. These experiences have really fueled my interest in advocating for the rights of refugees and helping marginalized populations through legal advocacy at large. And to conclude, FSI has motivated me significantly and guided and directed me to more opportunities to help refugees. I'm very thankful to FSI for making me more aware and informed about the hardships of North Korean refugees and for giving me an opportunity to help North Korean refugees communicate their stories with the world. Sharing these narratives and speaking out is often critical to rectifying people's perceptions about North Korean defectors and prompting audiences to help enact change. But the most important thing that my work with FSI has taught me is how students like myself can play a role in helping North Korean refugees by aiding the work of organizations like FSI. I really appreciate how FSI provides so many different opportunities for students to help North Korean refugees through various platforms, whether through editing or translating, tutoring, fundraising, social media, and far more. I want to really encourage students to get involved with supporting North Korean refugees, since you can grow so much personally from the experience while also doing meaningful communal work. Thank you very much for your time and attention.
Wow. Okay, thank you so much. And I'm sorry I forgot about all the editing that you've been doing with us, and especially appreciate you mentioning the Bring My Father Home campaign and the work that you did and how you learned so many things from that. So yeah, all right, great. Thank you so much. Seohyun. All right, powerful, powerful speech, and people are saying it also. And actually, before we go to the next speaker, I want to just make a quick little point, because Glenn says that talking about hardships is often like reliving them, even though the world needs to hear them. The way we operate our program, we don't let anybody get on the stage until we're sure that they're ready. So an important part of our program has been going through a one-to-one mentoring process with us. We have the initial interview, we talk with them, we talk to them about some of the good and bad things that can happen from engaging in public speaking, and we really want to make it clear that they really want to do this. So they have to get around us before they can get on stage or participate in any of our events. And we also try to have a lot of smaller scale events with them so they can kind of practice and gain confidence before they get on the stage or get on video. Of course, if they do their own YouTube channel, you know, we have no control over that. So anyway, I appreciate you mentioning that, Glenn, and just giving me the chance to make the point. Okay, so as I said, it's so amazing listening to all the great things that these young people are doing. And so Seohyun has been doing so many great things with us. And another person, Trania Douglas at Nova Southeastern University. She came to us last year as a virtual intern and just jumped right into things and ended up holding a really great conference, online conference, last year. So it was really great, and we're really happy that she's able to join us today also for this. So Trania.
Okay, so hello everyone. Yes, my name is Trania Douglas, and I'm currently a senior attending Nova Southeastern University. I am majoring in psychology and also minoring in business administration. So first, I would like to say thank you to Freedom Speakers International, aka FSI, for including me to be a part of this amazing opportunity in this capacity, and for also giving me the space to share my experience working with them. How did I help North Korean refugees? This question seems so simple, yet the idea of me being able to help North Korean refugees almost ceased to exist over a year ago. I had first heard about FSI, formerly known as Teaching North Korean Refugees, when I was looking to intern over the course of the summer 2020 with the Teen Study Abroad program. When I had first heard about FSI and that they were interested in my profile, I was a bit confused at first because after I had done my research on them, I learned and read so much about the many people from around the world that had traveled to South Korea and volunteered to help them teach North Korean refugees how to speak English. I recalled immediately questioning my own ability to speak proper English, yet alone teaching someone else how to speak it. Being from the Caribbean island of St. Kitts, that speaks its own form of patois or English dialect. However, I also immediately remember falling in love with their initiative of giving North Korean refugees the ability to choose. To me, this was an extremely pertinent aspect of FSI's foundation, mainly because it spoke volumes about the organization as a whole, as it made me think back on how times must have been so difficult in North Korea for refugees where they did not have as many choices. An organization that was willing to empathize on such a level really allowed me to see that FSI was not just another NGO, but a true family that cares, welcomes, and champions anyone that is either looking for help or is willing to give it. Upon starting my internship with FSI, I was surprised by their easygoing nature. They gave me a lot of freedom with my role as a research and development intern. I was not sure if this was a good or a bad thing during a time of isolation, especially in the midst of a global pandemic, but I truly made the most of it. Although I was not going to be teaching North Korean refugees how to speak English, doing extensive research on them and their lives allowed me to really delve deeper into the issues that North Korean women face. The majority of the research that I had found about refugees focused a lot on how women were affected. And as a feminist, I felt the need to spread awareness about this gender-based issue. So the next time I had met with one of my supervisors, being Lee, co-founder of FSI, I believe she was already aware of my passion for women's rights, as if it was not always obvious within my weekly research reports. Ungu then gave me the opportunity to take initiative and be creative by coming up with a way to not only share this passion, but to also give me the space to create something that would be beneficial for FSI by acting as a fundraiser for one of their new projects catered to helping North Korean refugee women gain office skills, a weekly stipend, and adequate health insurance. I decided to create my very own web conference titled The Lives of North Korean Women. It featured facts about North Korean refugee women, Freedom Speakers International, trivias, prizes, and a speech from an actual North Korean refugee, Lenny Park. And never in a million years did I truly believe I could plan something like this on my own. FSI, of course, and a former intern, Megan Everts, were tremendously helpful throughout the process, and the event turned out to be a success. I was able to keep the audience engaged, give them a look into the life of a real-life North Korean defector, and spread awareness about the struggles North Korean women face, and how FSI has chosen to help them in such a phenomenal way. Once again, I am proud to say that I was able to be a part of this journey, as it has truly changed my life forever by giving me a platform and the confidence to pursue my goals of becoming an advocate for human rights, which showed me that I have what it takes to succeed and make the most of this life. I may not have come to Freedom Speakers International to learn or teach English, but in a way, you can say that I too was still able to find my own voice. Thank you.
Excellent. Okay, did I pronounce your name wrong? Go ahead, you can correct me. It's okay. It's okay. You can correct me. I got the wrong pronunciation from Ungu. I'll blame her for it. But anyway, you did great work with us. Really appreciate it, and glad that you stayed in touch with us after your internship ended. Lots of people disappear. We never hear from them again, but you stay connected. So hope we'll keep going together. Okay, all right. I think your microphone is off now. Okay, all right. Okay, I think that's it. All right. So, yeah, so those are the young people who've been volunteering and interning with us. And as you can see, they've been doing some really great work, some potential leaders there who are already making a difference. So thank you so much. And now we're going to hear from two more North Korean Americans. And really special, we're going to be hearing from Seohyun Lee. She and her brother have the YouTube channel Pyonghatin. And so Seohyun and I have been talking a lot over the last couple of weeks, getting prepared for this. So I'm so happy that we'll get to hear from her now. So Seohyun.
Thank you, Casey, and thank you very much for everyone who joined us today. It has been said, better to reign in hell than serve in heaven. In modern times, few people have such stark choices, but coming from North Korea, I can relate to the choice. My name is Seohyun Lee. I'm a North Korean defector who gave up the opportunity to rule in hell and instead left my country for freedom and human rights. I'm not the only North Korean who face this kind of dilemma. North Korea is a poor country, but people who reside in the capital live pretty well. Those of us who live there are said to live in Manhattan, a combination of Pyongyang and Manhattan. When Manhattan people learn about the outside world, we began to face a moral dilemma. Should I continue to live as part of the elite in this country, or take a chance to live in freedom? Many of you who have seen the photos or videos of North Korean defectors crying hard for the dictators might think that North Korean elite support the Kim dictatorship, but that's not true. Today, I'd like to share with you the reality. One, most of us ruling in North Korea's hell have lost trust and hope in the regime. Two, address the challenges that North Korean elite face and conclude by making it clear that it is the dictator, not Manhattan people or other North Koreans, who are ruling in hell. I will never forget the day my brainwashing ended. My great anti-brainwashing hero was Chinese taxi driver. Governments and organizations around the world probably spend millions of dollars to counter North Korea's propaganda. But it was a Chinese taxi driver who opened my mind. I was a student in China between 2010 to 2014. One day I took a taxi and was asked by the middle-aged taxi driver, where are you from? In response to my answer that from North Korea, he pointed to a picture of Chinese leader Deng Xiaoping hanging on the back mirror of the car and told me how due to Deng Xiaoping's economic reforms, China was able to enjoy freedom and an improved standard of living today. Then he asked me why North Korea and the leadership didn't also open its borders and engage in economic reform rather than leaving its people in starvation. I was speechless. It was not because I was not allowed to criticize or question about the Kim leadership, but it was because I really had no idea what to say. With a great love and support from a wonderful family, I was born and raised as Manhattan. I can say I had the best education that North Korea could offer and lived a comfortable life compared to other North Koreans. However, after comparing my life to Chinese people, I realized that I had been living the best life that North Korea could offer, but that it was nothing for others to envy. I was shocked, and I realized three important things. First, people in China were enjoying a better quality of life. Unlike dark North Korea, China's streets and houses were bright with lights, and most places I went in China had hot water, air conditioning, and heat. In Pyongyang, I used to walk for more than an hour from school to home and vice versa because there was no transportation available. Ironically, in China, people walk for an hour to exercise or stay in shape. But most importantly, they had freedom. They had freedom to travel domestically and internationally, to wear clothes they wanted, and to watch dramas and movies without worrying about being punished. Besides these two important facts, there is one fact that shocked me. It was about the information of North Koreans who are outside of Pyongyang. When I was in North Korea, I didn't know that so many people were suffering from starvation in other parts of North Korea, and that many women were trafficked at border areas. You may wonder how I and other Pyongyang people were unaware of North Korea's domestic situation. The main reason, the camp regime not only blocks the information from outside of the country, but also blocks and filters any negative information from being spread domestically. Therefore, the more I got to know about the reality of North Korea and the truth of leadership, the more I was shocked and felt great sorrow about the suffering of North Koreans. That conversation ended my brainwashing, got me to thinking and analyzing the fundamental reason why North Koreans had to live under such oppression and die from starvation and cruel executions. Give me one moment, please. And the final answer was very clear. It was because of one person. Because of that one person, most of 25 million North Koreans are suffering. And that includes both elite and non-elites. My brainwashing had come to an end, and same thing happens to other Pyongyang people who learn about the reality of North Korea. So that leads to my second point. After I defected North Korea, there was a question that I was asked very often. Why hasn't there been a revolution in North Korea? Some people assume that it is because North Korean elite support Kim Jong-un. But I want to tell you that was a huge misconception. There are two main reasons. One, government control. Two, guilt by association. I want to say everyone would have joined forces against Kim dictator if there was even a sliver of freedom in North Korea. Both the general public and elites have lost their faith and hope in the regime because of Kim Jong-un's incompetence and cruelty. Speaking out or challenging the regime is not as easy as some might think. And it is not just a matter of risking your own life. Pyongyang people can be the wealthiest people in North Korea, but they may also be the most monitored people around the world. No matter where you are, at their organizations, at work, at home, they are being monitored and they know it. Every word and move is monitored, even if they cried hard for the dictators. It is very normal for Pyongyang people have their homes and phones tapped. I remember my mom and I whispering into each other's ears talking about Kim Jong-il having many wives. It's been 6 years since I left North Korea with my family, but my mom, she still sometimes unconsciously whispers directly into my ears. And every time I remind her, Mom, we are not in North Korea anymore. The second reason there hasn't been a revolution in North Korea, guilt by association. Your parents, spouse, children, and even grandchildren, any and all of them could be sent to a political prison camp or executed because of your actions or words. Kim Jong-un has been brutal. The frequency has dramatically increased, and the mode of execution has been even more barbaric. He rules the country by fear. He even ordered the use of anti-aircraft guns, which used for the shooting down airplanes to kill people, saying that there was no land for those people to be buried. People were destroyed, blown up, with no skin or body parts remaining. He also had their families, friends, and colleagues to watch those horrifying murder scenes. Countless my friends and neighbors were among those people who are imprisoned and executed cruelly. With my own eyes, I saw my best friend dragged away. I was heartbroken and became furious. I also very worried about my future because I could see that the leader was hopeless. He was not only incompetent and irresponsible, but he was inhumane. I couldn't stop thinking how long this operation would continue. How long could we continue to ignore what is going on? Pyongyang people reached the point of making decisions once they realized what is going on in this country. I decided we cannot pass this tragedy to our next generation. We cannot allow the dictator to exploit our talent and labor. Thus, my family and I decided to leave North Korea, giving up everything. Living as part of elite in that hell wasn't worth it. North Korea brainwashes us with propaganda and lies, tries to scare us about the outside unknown world, and makes it so difficult to escape. And it puts final barrier in our brains, and that is guilt. Once we learn how brutal the regime is, we realize that what can happen to those left behind in North Korea. And it is the another moral dilemmas the cruel regime forces on us with its guilty by association strategy of punishing entire families for the actions of one person. North Korean elite, they don't remain silent because they support the Kim dictator. The main reason North Korean people remain silent because of the surveillance state and guilt by association strategy. I want to say most of the elite in North Korea are also slaves and victims of Kim regime. Of course, there are certain people who deserve to be punished along with Kim Jong-un, but the major Pyongyang people are good people. When they learn about the outside world, they start to face a moral dilemma forced by the regime. The lack of revolution in North Korea doesn't mean that the North Korean elite support the Kim Jong-un and the nation's poverty. Some remain silent because they are still remain brainwashed and never get the chance to ask by a Chinese taxi driver. And others remain silent for the sake of their entire families. Pyongyang people who live well compared to other North Koreans may seem to be ruled in hell, but the truth is different. Once we learn about the outside world, we start to learn that we are serving in hell. And it is not the Pyongyangans to rule in hell, and it is the dictator who want to rule in hell and make a North Korea a hell for everyone else who is there. I want to emphasize that everyone in North Korea, both elite and general public, desire to live in freedom with their human rights respected. And I hope we can all come together to make that happen. Thank you.
Wow, excellent. Okay, you did it. Fantastic. Okay, so yes.
Sorry about, I was a little being emotional.
Yes, I
so-
noticed that. Yes, first time I saw that, but you did it. You made it through the speech. So, yeah, okay. Now, let's see if there are any questions out there. So please go ahead and type them in the chat. And I'm going to try to look at the screen only this time, not my phone. Questions? Kind of a philosophical question there. Not yet? Okay. Sorry, the screen is going up and down. Okay. So, okay. All right. So the question is from Elizabeth. By creating awareness and raising your voice, are you putting you or your family in danger?
Excuse me, what was the question
Yeah.
again?
So the question is, by you speaking out, creating awareness, are you putting yourself in danger? Are you being targeted by North Korea now? Are you putting any of your family members in dangerous?
Of course, it is going to be put my family members in danger. And I believe sooner or later, we could be the target of North Korean government once we stood up and speaking out our voices. And I think that is the obvious result. And when I make decision to speak out, I mean, we thought about it and we take the risk to be in danger. But I think it is very important to bring awareness to the international society what is going on in North Korea. So I'm here right now.
So do you feel that you're in any danger? Do you think you are?
At this moment, I'm in United States, and so I think the danger I can feel is much less than I'm in South Korea.
Because people ask me this, if I feel like I'm in danger and I feel like I'm so far down the list, I would die of old age before North Korea finds me. So I think I'm okay. And then here's a question. Ruse asks, did you know your Sungbun status when you were in North Korea? Sorry, Rose is the name spelled in Holland. So did you know your Sungbun status?
So I believe most of North Koreans, they don't really aware of their Sungbun status as long as they don't, until they face some kind of as long as they don't exploit to any disadvantage because of their Sungbun status. So like, for example, when the North Korean regime want to promote someone and they go through the background check and then they found out that one of your relative from your mother's side or father's side is someone coming from like bad Sungbun status or married someone who has the bad Sungbun status, and then you are dropped from that promotions, and then that's the moment you knew that like you have some kind of problems in your Sungbun status. And before that, you are not really like have great idea of Sungbun status.
Okay, so it's not like, they just send you a document saying, hey, you're part of the elite, congratulations. So it's not until they want to punish you. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. And then, okay, kind of interesting question. So after you got over the brainwashing and then you're back, I guess, in North Korea, I guess you went back to North Korea. I don't know the exact circumstances, but what was it like being around other North Koreans who were still brainwashed, or at least pretending to be brainwashed? I mean, how would you interact with people? Did you have to be careful how you talked? I mean, because you no longer believed in things, but at least they seemed to. Did I make the question clear enough? So, okay, so you're no longer brainwashed, but the people around you at least appear to be brainwashed. So how do you interact with people? I mean, do you still just remain quiet and only talk to like a couple of friends? So how did you conduct yourself?
As I mentioned, one families can be in danger because of one of the family members' words and actions. So even if you don't have like strong belief in your regime, you have to be quiet. You cannot talking about like what you've seen and what you've realized outside when you're back to North Korea, because it could be put your entire family in danger. And I was a teenager, so I was not really fully awakened, I would say. And then the second time I came back to the China, and that was the moment, I believe, as I grown up, I believe my mind also be more aware of the like situations, and I have the ability to analyzing and thought about more in deep. So yes, I was able to get the enlightenments after the conversation with the taxi driver, and after the researching and analyzing some of the facts from the like documentaries as well.
Okay, well, I just want to let you know, a couple of people in the chat, Ken says, you know, so hard not to be emotional, so he understands. And Rose said it's okay to be emotional. Stanley said exceptional talk. So you have a lot of people in the chat talking about how great the talk was. And you kind okay, and you kind of addressed it, but also Roger asked, why did you choose the USA? But I think you came to South Korea first. I forgot the. So why did you choose? Yes, okay.
First time we fly to South Korea, and then in South Korea, we are not able to settle down because of the security issue. And the main reason we moved to United States because of the security issue as well. So our phones were tapped and our computers were hacked. I don't know if it was by the North Korean agents or some of the followers who are in South Korea. But obviously, we didn't feel we are safe. And then there is no guarantee that we can be protected. So yes, therefore we decide to remove to United States again.
Okay. And then Glenn, how hard is it for you to trust the outside world? Okay, I'm not exactly sure. Glenn, you might want to clarify that question just a little bit. Claude asked, do you think the elite in North Korea can start a revolution? Because you kind of mentioned it.
Yes, it is possible, but it's going to be very, very hard. And in order to make that happen, I believe there are a few steps needs to be done before that. First of all, we need to enlighten more North Korean elite, because many of them are still in brainwashed. And they are like, because of the lack of information, they don't know much about the outside world. They don't know how much people from international support that and want them to be free. So also need to let them know that so many people stand for the general public and the elite. And then also another thing that also need to them know is that let them know the fundamental reason why they are suffering. So people reach out the point that questioning why we are living under so like poverty. But it is a little tricky for them to reach out the main reason, or they know the main reason, but they couldn't speak it out, so they remain silent. And young people, they are struggling in finding that answers. So I think sending out informations about the outside world and also the inside about the North Korean issues to the North Korean people, because of the blocking from the accessing informations. Even you are in North Korea, you are not have the chance to get all the information about the domestic situations.
Okay.
So, and that's gonna be like few steps needs to be done before we expect the North Korean elite have the revolution.
Yeah, this question comes up a lot, and I'm sure you get it in many cases also. And when I talk about it, I mentioned that a lot of people know about Martin Luther King Jr. They know about his "I Have a Dream" speech in 1963, but I think people forget that for 13 years he raised hell across the USA and finally got assassinated. In North Korea, he would not have lasted 13 days. I mean, that North Korea just cracks down on people. So it's just a completely different kind of situation. Now, I say that on the one hand, but on the other hand, I think the reality is that it won't change until there is that kind of internal revolution. I think those of us on the outside, we can do what we can as far as sending information and partnering with people who've escaped, and at least just letting North Koreans know that we care, that we wish that they were free. But the reality is that I don't think things will really change. But I've been saying this for 25 years, everybody, so it's not like a new thing, and I'm going to be proven right one day, I'm sure. Okay, Max asked, have you read books such as George Orwell's 1984?
No.
Okay, we're going to get that on your reading list then. Something that you want
That's
to
great.
read. Okay, all right. And then Glenn asked, I think he clarified his question now. Do you feel lonely? And how do you find people to trust? I guess after being in a low trust society and now you're on the outside world, how do you find people to trust? This is more deeper
Following my
question.
intuition and long period of relationship kind of build the trust between other people. So yes, I think my answer is gonna be just the two, following my intuition and the time of period, how long I have been in relationship with those people.
Okay. All right. You're in America, so here's a question from John. John, I've known for several years. In light of what's going on in America with Asians and Asian Americans being physically attacked, have you been, I think you've been threatened. Have you been threatened? Have you felt anything?
Saying not yet.
Not yet.
I mean, it is really sad to.
Okay, we lost her. Where did she go? Suddenly, she disappeared from the screen.
I'm so sorry.
Uh-huh.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Did someone come to turn your lights off, or?
Yeah, the cameras just suddenly turned off.
Oh, okay. All right then. Okay.
Yeah, it is really sad to watch those news and hear those newsletters every day, but almost every day these days. But I haven't been threatened yet, and yes, so I don't know, because I'm only remaining in certain. My activity is just limited in certain areas or not, but I haven't been get any threatened yet.
Okay. Sorry, I've got 3 different people talking to me here now, so I'm getting distracted by it. Okay. Someone, first name with R, asked, what do you think about the relationship between Dennis Rodman and Kim Jong-un?
Oh, interesting question. I never interested in their relationship before.
Oh, okay, not interested.
I think just I'll say, well, The relationship is, I think Kim Jong-un just wanted to have someone, popular figure, come to North Korea and wanted to show off how much power he has and how much the lavish life he has compared to other of those billionaires or other leadership around the world. And then I believe he proved that to Lodman, and then I think he feels that kind of self proud from that, and it is just a self satisfaction, and because of that, I believe he invited Dennis Rodman, and then tried to keep in touch with him, and then and I haven't heard for a while that he visited North Korea again, so it was just for show, I believe.
Yeah. I don't know if anyone has ever taken Dennis Rodman seriously. So, but actually, back when he visited, I wrote a column and I said, because people were criticizing him, and I didn't really have criticism of him for going there. But my criticism is that if you were really interested in learning about North Korea, it would have been good if you had taken a trip to South Korea and to meet North Korean refugees who could speak to him in freedom. Or even in America, about whatever 220 North Korean refugees are there. He could have spoken to some of them to get the other side of the story. So again, Dennis Rodman is free to do what he wants, but if he had gotten my advice, which he did not, and I don't think I would have talked to him anyway, but if he had gotten my advice, then I would have told him, please come to South Korea and learn about the other side of the story, not just from your dictator, killing machine friend.
And as I know, he was the #1 person on the list Kim Jong-un wanted to invite to North Korea. He was just a substitution for the person who Kim Jong-un really desired to invite.
Well,
so which was really funny to me.
Well, you know what? Actually, I had kind of a conspiracy theory about it when I heard that, and that is that Kim Jong-un wanted to show the strangest looking American that he could find. And he found Dennis Rodman.
That's possible.
And said, this is what Americans are like, this strange looking guy. So, yeah, anyway, I think I've talked enough about Dennis Rodman for this year. So that's it for this year. Okay, so then Brooke has a question. Do you have any concerns regarding the new administration and a potential shift in the relations between the U.S. and North Korea? Okay, now we're getting into the public policy questions. Any thoughts about Joe Biden?
It is really tough question. I mean, at this moment, before talking about the concerns, since they are still in the beginning of the new administration process, I hope they approach the North Korean issue let's say, I mean, whether they approach the North Korean issue in a dialogue or in a different way, I think the human rights issue should be the precondition on the table. So without the human rights issue, the conversation with North Korea would never happen again. And I believe that human rights issue is what the Kim Jong-un is afraid of the most, and it could be the key in resolving the nuclear weapons or doing the denuclearization of North Korea.
Well, you know, actually, the Korea Times asked me to write an open letter to Joe Biden, and I just said a couple of things, such as the reality is that he's probably going to be a one-term president, and that he's been in Congress and in the White House as vice president for like most of the last 48 years. And I don't believe he has any secret strategy in dealing with North Korea. And instead of doing the same things that the previous presidents have done, he should have a new strategy, and that is call North Koreans to come to the USA. That is to change the policy to make it easier for North Koreans to go directly to the USA. That he could have an impact by connecting to North Koreans and letting them know that we want you to come to our country. But looks like he's doing the same old thing. That is not going to
That's
be
really
anything
sad.
different.
And I think your idea is brilliant. Yes, call the North Korean people, come to the United States directly. It's going to be a huge message to North Korean elite as well.
Right, exactly. So then that leads to a question. I lost the name of the person who asked this question, but the person asked, how can we help the North Korean elite become more aware of the outside world?
So I would say,
Send Chinese taxi drivers into North Korea? So what's the strategy?
I wish everyone has the opportunity to get questioned by the Chinese taxi driver. But that's less likely happen. And then, so that's why it is very important to send information to North Korea. But rather than those dramas or movies or like K-pop musics, I think at this moment it is better to send some informations like that they can compare their life to other people, and by the like comparison examples and the like numbers, so they can visualize more in detail, and they can visual the future like under the different regime or different the country, what kind of life is waiting for them, like, and let them know that message. There is another totally different world is waiting for them if they take off Kim Jong-un from that position.
So, so then when you were back in North Korea, still brainwashed then, what is it that you think you could have heard that could have stopped the brainwashing when you were in North Korea? So not when you were in China, but when you're in North Korea.
I didn't study hard about those subjects about Kim family's revolutionary histories anymore. When I came back to North Korea from China when I was a teenager, I didn't study hard again about those histories because I don't believe in that anymore. So I was a good student and I really studied hard, and I've awarded like so many like model student those awards as well. But and after that, I realized it could be illusion. Those beliefs that I have in North Korea and the leadership could be illusion. As soon as I started to question about those things, and then I rather put my more energy on studying my majors and other subjects rather than the like Kim family history subjects. But I believe many people know that who are interested in North Korean issues, but it is very important subject for every North Korean student to study hard and get good score on those subjects. If you didn't get good scores on those subjects, you are less likely to get promoted in your career, or less likely to have a good jobs or go to good universities. But just you study that for exams to get a good score at the like exam period, but never really into and deep into those subjects.
Okay, now we have a question. LF Bass asked, why have there been fewer defections of North Koreans recently? I think simple answer for this one.
Yeah, as I know, it is because North Korea broke the borders as soon as after the COVID-19 occurred. I mean, COVID-19 was going on internationally. So that's why it is really hard for them to escape from North Korea, because all the borders are blocked. That's what I've heard.
Yeah, so they closed the border. And for those who don't know the numbers, so since around 1999, oh, if you saw the quiz earlier, the trivia time, they asked about how many North Koreans have escaped to South Korea in basically the last 2 decades, really from like 1999. And the answer is about 34,000. So, but if you look at those numbers in the year 2009, it was about 2,900 who made it in that 1 year. So almost 10% in just that 1 year. But the numbers have been going down since Kim Jong-un took power. And they, the year before, it was only like about 1,100. So a drop from like 2,900 to 1,100. But 2020, it was only about like, I forgot the exact number. Please don't kill me, anybody. But I don't know, like 200 or so, 300 or so. And that was mainly in the first 2 months of the year. At one point in Hanawan, in one of the Hanawan centers, you know, there are 2 of them, but at one point there was only 1 person inside. You know, they go through the 3 months, but they just didn't have any people there. I don't know what they're doing with them then, but for 3 months, they basically didn't have anybody working there. Any of the refugees there learning about living in South Korea. So COVID is the main reason. But
and
already,
I want to also point out that which means the levels of surveillance state become strong. And that's why nobody can really get out from North Korea.
Exactly. So already the trend was to keep people from leaving, but then because of COVID, just complete clampdown on people being able to escape. Okay, and then I wish there was a way to tap into the TVs. Okay, all right. So a lot of people are curious about the point about sending information in, and mainly to reach the elite. So, I mean, I mean, people do the USBs, the DVDs, and the air balloons are not legal now, at least from South Korea. So people want to know, what can they do? Let's see. Okay, yeah, people talking about all kinds of things. Tesla. Okay, I don't know how that's going to work. So, okay. All right. So then, so now you're in the USA. And so what are you doing with your life that you can talk about?
So since I can speak like several languages, I'm working in a. I'm so sorry. Give me 1 moment,
That's
please.
okay. No problem. This is live internet. Okay. Okay. Okay.
Okay.
Okay.
Sorry, would you repeat that question again,
Yeah.
please?
What are you doing with your life now?
Oh, yes. So, yes, since I can speak several languages, I'm working in a 5-star hotel in downtown DC. And then because of the pandemic, I am now have more free time. So I'm looking for more opportunity to continue my graduate study in the United States. So I am preparing for that, and also started my YouTube channel as well called Pyeonghatin. But now, like, yes, it is. I'm trying to find a way more making the videos more approachable to, for the general public rather than for those like professionals. So yeah, working on it.
Okay. And then Roger popped up again. What about North and South Korean unification?
That's the ultimate goal that Korea Peninsula have to reach one day. But I think the priority is free North Korean people, and then give them opportunity to be reached by themselves, and just give them some time to reach the level of living quality, so like as much as the South Korean people, then I believe the reunification will will happen naturally.
Okay. And then Glenn asked for the link, I guess, to your Pyeonghattan channel. Okay, everybody, if you go to the Eventbrite invitation that I posted the links to all of the channels of our speakers. And the Pyeonghattan channel is also there, or go to YouTube, type in Pyeonghattan. You can try the spelling, maybe makes sense to you. But if you go to the Eventbrite link, but I'll go ahead and ask if one of our team members can post the link to Pyeonghattan, but also to Eventbrite. And you can find the links to all the speakers. I think even a link to my YouTube channel. Yes, please, everyone, don't forget my YouTube channel. Okay, yeah, okay, all right. That's okay, no problem, Glenn. Okay, so then, is there any kind of final statement you'd like to make? Anything you'd like to say to the audience here?
Well, I want to thank everyone for caring about the North Korean issue, but like I want everyone also join in spreading the voices of North Korean defectors as well, and then bring those voices to your friends or colleagues so they are more aware of the situation, what is going on in North Korea. And I think that's going to be really huge help for the North Korean people.
Okay, fantastic.
And of course, join FSI or TNKR for volunteers or any like good things. I mean, I feel so like honorable and very happy to find FSI program, because in order to bring more awareness to the international people, it is very important educate North Korean defectors in English, provide the like education to the North Korean people who are coming from North Korea. And then, yeah, I believe they are doing a great job, and please support us, support the TNKR and FSI. Thank you.
All right, fantastic. And so happy that you've joined us as one of our speakers, and so happy that we had this speech and that you had this chance with us. So I hope we'll do more things in the future.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, Kissy. Thank you.
Okay, then talk to you later.
Mhm.
Okay, great. Oh, fantastic. Love it. Let's see. Yes, lots of compliments more coming in for her. Oh, there's my YouTube channel. Everyone, I'm now in a competition with a friend. Everyone, please subscribe to my channel. I really want to beat this guy. Right now I'm beating him, but I don't know if it's going to happen in the end. Yeah, more compliments for her, so I'll make sure that she sees these. Thank you so much, everyone. And now I've been told by Eungu Lee that we are actually ahead of schedule, which is really strange for a conference. So what we're going to do is we're going to flip the schedule a little, because we're ahead of schedule what Yeonmi was expecting. So we're going to do the raffle and quiz now instead. So then, Eungu Lee, we can take it away for the raffle and quiz.
Hello, everyone. It's me, CJ, again, back with Nayun. And we are going to go ahead and start first with the raffle. Shortly after we draw the 5 winners for the next round of the raffle, we will go ahead and switch over to another quiz like we did earlier using the platform Kahoot. So give me one moment to go ahead and get this pulled up and start the screen share.
Yeah, and just to reiterate, we're going to do the raffle first, pick 5 winners, and the winners will be mailed a book by one of our speakers today. So if your number is drawn, please look out for an email from FSI or reach out to us.
All right, is my screen currently visible to everyone?
Yep, I think we're good to go.
Perfect. So let's go ahead and do this. If you had won the previous raffle, you are currently ineligible to win this one as well. So there's currently 51 people remaining in the pool. So the first winner is Christopher S.H. Second winner, Eben. Third winner, Jensen. Fourth winner is Mark. And the last winner of the 10 raffles is Elizabeth M. Congratulations to those 5 individuals.
Okay, you know what?
Look forward.
This is Casey. Hello. You know what?
Yeah.
Okay, so actually, Mark won twice, so I'd like to give away one extra book, Unsun Kim. But that was a different Elizabeth.
Yeah.
So, yes, so let's pull one more name. And
Sure.
yes.
I will go ahead. I have to set up a separate raffle page for that, but I can do that in about 1 minute. So
Okay.
while I do that,
Okay.
I'll have Nayun go ahead and explain how the Kahoot's going to work while I do that real quick.
Okay.
Sure, sounds good. Thanks, CJ. So yeah, next after this raffle, we're going to be playing a quiz game on the platform Kahoot, which you saw earlier. And just to reiterate, we have 20 questions about the speakers today and just general trivia facts about North Korea. So everyone has a chance to win. And the way that Kahoot works is you can join from your own device, like a phone or a computer, and join our quiz room. So we'll give you a game PIN number, and then you'll just put that in to join the room. And once you go to the Kahoot website, you'll have to enter that PIN number and then a unique, just your username. And keep in mind again that we're going to be mailing a gift to the top winner of the game. So we need to be able to identify you. So at the end, if you win, please screenshot your winning page and then email it to us. We'll have the email at the end of the Kahoot. But yeah, that's how it'll work. And oh, there we go, CJ.
Yep, perfect. So here is the last winner. Let's go ahead and do this. Alexander, congratulations. Alexander
gonna be
will be
so
our
excited.
last winner. Awesome. Now I will go ahead and pull up the Kahoot page real quick. So sorry for the constant switching of screen shares. Here we go.
So while we're waiting, if everyone can pull up a phone or a new tab on your computer and then type in kahoot.it.
And it looks like the pin is going to be 5825396. We will go ahead and give it 2 minutes. I'll go ahead and set a 2-minute timer to make sure everyone has a second to join. And then we will go ahead and get the game started. I'm going to get that timer going. While we wait for everyone to go ahead and join the Kahoot, how is everyone enjoying the event so far? Awesome. We'll go ahead and wait one more minute. Excuse me. Give it 20 more seconds, and then we'll go ahead and get started. So if you're not already in the room, navigate to kahoot.it and join the room with game pin 5825396. All right, perfect. I will go ahead and start the game right now, and the topic for this Kahoot will be over North Korea in general, as well as some of the previous speakers that we have had the privilege of hearing from today. Question 1. Which of our speakers tonight also runs a cooking YouTube channel called Dear Their Name? If you said Cherie, you were correct. Her page and all of the rest that we mentioned are linked on the Eventbrite page that is also linked in this video's description. Question 2. Which of our speakers tonight also runs a YouTube channel under just her first name? If you said Evelyn, that would be correct. Our next question, which of our speakers tonight also runs the Pyonghaen YouTube channel? Correct. The answer is Seohyun Lee. Next question. Which of our speakers tonight also runs the Voice of North Korea YouTube channel? Correct. Good job. The answer was Yeonmi Park. All right, now on to the more North Korea specific questions. Question number 5. What is the primary trait of the North Korean Juche philosophy? Just a reminder to everyone in the audience, if your YouTube is having a slight delay, refresh the page, and oftentimes that helps the delay in the live stream. Good job. The correct answer was full independence. Question 6. North Korea has how many caste classes, also known as songbun? To those of you who said 3, that would be correct. Question number 7, true or false? People of all social classes can move freely within the country, and the country being North Korea, just to clarify. Correct. The answer is false. So there's very little movement without prior permission within the country. Question number 8. What do the North Korean intranet addresses and websites end with? For reference, the North Korea intranet is different than the internet. The intranet can only be used within the country itself and is a closed network system. Good job. So that one's actually a hard one. They use .kp for all of the internal internet addresses. .nk and .prk are both things I just happened to make up. I have no idea if they're actually valid for a country. And .co.kr is what most South Korean websites use. All right, next question. Question 9. What is the North Korean intranet translated to? So both of these answers are correct. The green answer, future, refers to the wireless intranet protocol they use, and bright light refers to the wired intranet protocol they use. In 2018 is when the wireless version was introduced. Awesome. The next question, true or false? Famous South Korean film director Shin Sang-ok was kidnapped and forced to direct North Korean films. Correct. The answer for that one was true. And now following right up off that question, our next question. What Hollywood movie did North Korea recreate as propaganda? Ironically, they used this film director that they had kidnapped prior. Correct. The correct answer was Godzilla. The previously mentioned director, I believe this was one of his last films that he had created there before eventually escaping to the US, and then eventually went back to South Korea.
So next question, how many state-approved hairstyles are available for North Korean citizens? The correct answer is 28. So it might surprise you that this sort of regulation exists, but it is one of the many ways that North Korean citizens are forbidden from expressing their individuality and freedom. Next question, please. So what natural resource is abundant in North Korea that the government sells abroad? So the correct answer is indeed meth, and actually meth is legal in North Korea, and it is one of the many natural resources that they export. Next on to our question. So this is a true story. When South Korean Christians put a blank at the border, North Korean officials called it a tool of psychological warfare. Yep, so the correct answer is indeed a Christmas tree. And often North Korean nonprofits and advocates, South Korean advocates would put things at the border, such as speakers, or like send balloons over the border. And this is a pretty common form of sending over information across the border. So if you're interested in this, I would look this up because there are a lot of interesting stories like these. Okay, true or false? There are elections in North Korea. So yes, this is true. There are elections in North Korea, but there is only one option. There are no blanks in North Korea. So this is a tricky question, but surprisingly, there are no traffic lights in North Korea. And as you might imagine, there are not that many cars on the road in the first place. So very different scene from what we would see in our normal life. Next question, we're at the last couple here. What instrument was made compulsory for all teachers in the 1990s? So the correct answer is indeed accordion. If you look up North Korean school kids on YouTube, you might be able to see some videos of students and teachers playing the accordion.
If I remember correctly, I believe I read somewhere as well that I think it's the national instrument of North Korea is the accordion, but take that with a grain of salt. I don't remember where I read that.
Okay, how many statues are there of Kim Il-sung in North Korea? So yeah, that 34,000 is really the real number of statues of Kim Il-sung there. We're almost at the last couple of questions. What clothing item is banned in North Korea? So yes, blue jeans are banned in North Korea because they are seen as a symbol of American imperialism. And skirts are also banned if they're of a if they're shorter than a certain length, but the item itself is not banned. Okay, how many North Korean refugees have defected to South Korea in total as of 2019? The correct answer is 33,000. So that ends our quiz. We're going to reveal the winner, but if you are the winner, please screenshot your winning screen and email the address on the screen to claim your prize.
Thank you guys again for taking the time to play our little trivia. Without further ado, third place, Aiden K. Second place, SJ. And our winner, congratulations to Ellen. Make sure to screenshot or take a picture of this page on your device and email the email previously mentioned. We will have FSI go ahead and put that email in the YouTube chat as well to make sure it does not get lost. Thank you guys again. I had a really fun time being here and look forward to the next speaker. I believe she will be around shortly. Thank you guys.
Thank you for joining us.
Okay, we're back.
Right.
All right, that was a lot of fun and interesting.
Yes.
And thank you so much to everyone. And you want to explain what's happening now?
We are still next speaker's time 3:30.
We're ahead of schedule.
Yes, EST. So still we are waiting for her. But before that, we want to have a time Q&A with FSI, Casey and I, which will be an open house in next Sunday, right?
April 11th. So, but let's check the time. April 11th, Seoul time, 9 a.m.
Yeah.
Sunday morning. Okay, Sunday morning. Yeah.
9 a.m.
We'll be taking questions and talking about our work and
Yes.
possible ways for people to get involved. But that would mean April 10th, Eastern time, 8 p.m. And April 10th, Central time, 7 p.m.
Yeah.
And West Coast, figure it out yourself.
Yeah.
So, but anyway, East Coast time will be 8 p.m. April 10th.
Yeah.
Open house. But the house is kind of open now, so
9 a.m.
not quite a real open house, so just more like you can look in the windows and see what's going on. So, okay, so if there are any questions, okay, the first question is actually one that's very difficult for us because we're not really like a short-term kind of place for people just to kind of drop in and help. If you want to get involved with us for a short time in coming to South Korea, volunteer with us first online. And what that means is that you need to follow us, have a good idea about the kinds of things that we're doing, understand us, so that when you do come here, that you can hit the ground running. We used to accept short-term volunteers who didn't really know about us, and it would take them like about a month to figure out what they were doing, and then, oh, gotta go. So our restriction, or at least expectation, is that you'll spend some time getting to know us. And so by the time you get here, yeah, you could help out, but you need to show some real value.
Yeah.
We're not looking for people to just kind of hang around the office and, kind of chit chat. I mean, add value, do something.
Yeah, so actually FSI, we kind of changed recently, like this year, I think. This year we start, and then now we are start the process to change our name officially in Korea and the USA. So our main mission is helping North Korean refugees to raise their voice, especially in English. So I'm so impressed actually today from Evelyn's speech, Q&A. And actually, you know, we are first time met her. So I'm really great impression from her. So is it the first time you give a speech? Like,
Yes, that's right.
wow, really?
Yeah.
Oh, we didn't know that.
Yeah, we didn't
it's
know.
First time for like this speech.
Okay.
Yeah.
So if you learn more speech, then what do you want to learn more? Which part do you want to learn more? If you work with the FSI. Yeah.
Probably practice a lot.
Pronunciation, you mean?
Pronunciation and like read the words and you know, it just I think I have to keep practice. Yeah.
Practice.
Yeah.
Practice make perfect.
Yeah. So we have a student who want to be a public speaker. We help them like translation in English, and they after that they practice. But they really always said, "Oh, I need a pronunciation. I need to improve my pronunciation." So I'm completely understand. And as a South Korean, I understand. I really want to improve my pronunciation as well, right?
I really want you to improve your pronunciation.
Oh yeah, Casey, yeah, really keep teaching me.
But it's okay, because you can just say,
Great job.
just respond to me in Korean. I'll shut up.
But also he influenced by me Konglish. So sometimes he forgot the original English.
I'm losing my English over here, everybody. Okay.
Yes. Okay. So.
Any other questions from anybody? Okay. Yes, that's right. Please donate to Cherie's, the fundraiser for Cherie's mother, definitely. I saw that it's now up to $1,700, but it's still a long way to go. And it is now 4:20 a.m. here in Seoul. Wow, when did we start? 11 p.m.?
Right.
Oh my goodness, okay. Yeah, crazy. So, okay, so if there are no questions from anybody? No questions about today? It's okay.
Yeah. So.
All right. Okay. Yes, that's right. The purpose of this was to try to reach people in the USA. So, yeah. So that's why we are up at this time. Do you think you would like to? Not sure what that was.
Yeah.
Do you also work with NGOs in Europe? Okay.
But before that,
Okay.
Evelyn, you wanna work in NGO?
NGO?
Yeah. What do you think?
Is it enjoys this program or
No, non-profit.
Well, non-government.
Non-government organization.
Yeah, of course, anything. Yeah, I would like to work on.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm open mind. So.
Well, Sandia asked, would you like to become a public speaker?
Yeah, sure. Why not?
Oh, what kind of topic you wanna give?
I will share with my based on my real experiences and based on life in North Korea, life in America. So, just life my stories and
your
culture
story.
shock and culture difference.
Culture
Yeah.
difference. Oh, that is interesting because I'm from South Korea. You're from North Korea. So you are having experience in the American. What is your culture shock then?
My culture shock in,
Yeah.
in America?
in South Korea right now.
In South Korea? In South Korea here.
Right.
Okay. I mean, I just did this actually, and the culture shock was the fashion.
Oh, fashion. Oh,
Yeah.
you mentioned
South
that.
Korea people have best fashion
Wow.
style ever. Guys and girls.
But also, you know, it's a criticized for South Korea. It's too much surgery. Surgery.
Oh, yeah, that's right,
Right.
Yeah, social difference And in America, we wear the pajamas in a classroom or like school to, attend school,
Yeah.
that kind of culture. But like we also have pajama day in America. But
I
here,
didn't know.
do you guys have pajama day here?
I
In South Korea,
don't
no?
think so.
You don't think so,
But
right?
maybe have, but I don't know about that.
Oh, okay. Yeah, but I never wear pajamas. Like when I was during the high school time in America, I didn't wear any pajamas at all. Yeah.
Okay, and then I think that might be it. But
I will check.
Speakers ready?
Yeah, I will
Okay.
check.
Okay, so I think we should take a 5-minute break.
Okay.
Yeah, and
cool.
then we'll come back. We think with the final speaker, Yeonmi Park. And yes, okay, good point, CJ. Okay, so we'll take a short break and then we'll be back. Okay.
All right.
Excellent. Okay, so we're back, and now we're gonna have a special treat. We're gonna be talking with Yeonmi Park, author of the book In Order to Live, and longtime fan and whatever, connected with us for, wow, since 2013. So it'll be a great chance. Let's hear from Yeonmi.
Hi, Casey.
Hey,
And
good
hi,
to see you.
everyone. So good to see you too. Thank you again for having me on this special day. Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you, no problem.
Yeah. So, okay, so that's great. I'm so honored again to join this amazing panel of, my fellow defectors and other speakers. I'm not even sure, what can I add more in this on this day. But I think I kept thinking about what could I say more is really thanking all of you. It's what I learned after my escape from North Korea was that whatever life is, wherever they are, life is challenging and we all have difficulties. Despite that, we choose to make a difference. We choose to help other people. And that's why I'm very grateful that all of you joined today, spending your time and listening to other speakers and finding your own ways to try to help North Korean people. So it's very, heartwarming for me to see that how good the humanity is. Despite the challenges we are all facing, we are still choosing the good. So that's really my thing is I'm so grateful for all of you guys.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay, sure. So I think we have some people who'd like to ask some questions. So if you
That'd
have
be
any,
amazing.
yeah, so if you have any questions, please put them in the chat. Let's see here. Okay, Glenn Boyer says you're an inspiration to others. Let's see. Sandia, nice to meet you. Thank you for attending. Okay. I'm looking at the screen. I'm not sure it's refreshing though. Let's see. Okay. One person says you're one of his idols.
Oh my gosh, you guys are the best.
All right. So, okay, that's okay. All right. I guess it's okay. So, person named Rose said somewhere in Europe. So, what is the first event in North Korean history books? So I guess like in most books it's like Adam and Eve, so but in North Korea, what's like the first event?
Oh my gosh, that's a question for more, I think, Seohyun and other elite speakers who had a full education in North Korea. As I think Casey knows, my story was that I didn't really have much education. I think the maximum I attended was elementary school, 1 or 2, 3 semesters. I barely learned how to add and divide. So the first event they teach us, I mean, it must be something about Kim's. I have no doubt about that.
That's well, wait, it's kind of funny. You attended school for just a very short time, but now you're an Ivy League graduate. All right, amazing. Okay.
I know, it's life is amazing.
And then Rebecca asked, what was your feeling before the Dublin One Young World speech?
Hey, Casey, you just cut off. Can you repeat the question for me?
No problem. So Rebecca asked, okay, scrolled up now, but what was your feeling before you gave the speech at Dublin, the One Young World? Uh-oh, froze again.
Yeah,
Okay. So, yes, okay. Dublin, One Young World. What was your feeling before that?
Oh, my Dublin moment. it wasn't like, I don't know, like even Casey knew that it was on like the fact that speech became wider. It was a complete accident. I didn't expect to meet James, and he would be crying like a baby before my speech, right? It was like none of it was planned. So all I remembered was like not even know what to expect. I never been on a stage like that huge platform before. And honestly, me going to Ireland, it was like I didn't even know Ireland was what country was, how limited my it's the internet, I guess, is a problem. Mm.
Yeah. Well, one thing I will add is that, of course, now One Young World, the speech is really big, but you had 3 speeches. Okay. Yeah, you had 3
Yeah.
speeches in 11 days. Remember, you had the TEDx speech in the UK, and I think at the Oslo Freedom Forum, and One Young World. And so we worked on those
Right.
3 speeches, but there was no thought that One Young World was going to be so huge.
No,
But then it took off.
it was like I think One Young Word before, right? One Young
Yeah.
Word, then
Yes.
Oslo, then TEDx in Bath,
Mhm.
and nobody can predict that kind of accident, That's why I keep thinking that was some kind of like random luck,
Right.
and so nobody I think could have designed it anyway.
Exactly. So we might have prepared differently if we had known. So let's see. And then
You're funny.
CJ asked, what was your biggest hardship in writing your book?
So, I mean, the biggest hardship, there were a lot of the hardships writing a book at 21. First, it's like so much pressure, right? And of remembering every single thing exactly. And, it's impossible. How do you remember your life exactly by second, by day, by, all of it? It was ridiculous. Like if somebody asks you on 1995, January 2nd, what did you do? Like, can you say so what you did, right? So in a way that the expectation of people demanding like survivors to remember every single thing like computers was I still think is very unreasonable, but I have tried my best checking with my family, the friends that I escaped together. And also, but not only that technical difficulty, all about is reliving it. I literally still remember when I was writing a part in China, like writing about my father's death and crossing the Gobi Desert. When I crossed the Gobi Desert in the book, I literally felt like I escaped a second time. I remember still like like I escaped again,
Okay. You cut out for a second there. And then Sandhya asks, what are your next steps in advocacy? So reveal your plan. What are you going to do next?
What am I gonna do next? Well, I know people keep asking me what's your next plan. Well, one is not getting killed by Kim Jong-un, obviously now. It's definitely possible, but I'm not sure how exactly it's gonna be possible. If I don't get killed, for sure. Into mainstream, so many people wear what the ISIS does to supposed to do. Is it working now?
Yeah, you cut out for a second there. Freezing again.
North Korea, like the Holocaust, the history lesson that we all know. I think if really people truly understands what's going on to North Korean people, I do believe they're going to act, they're going to do way more than what they're doing now. So that's really my goal.
See, Yeonmi, you're always the optimist.
I'm an optimist, and I'm a believer.
Yeah, we used to have arguments. You're saying you can change the world, and I said, well, okay.
Yeah.
And then Christopher asked, why don't the people in North Korea rise up and defeat the Kim dynasty?
Definitely. Yes. It's a thing my life battle is gonna be that.
Okay, yeah, that's not such an easy thing. Freeha asked, what do you think about tourism to North Korea, especially like NGOs organizing trips there?
Oh, now that is directed by North Korean regime fully, I do not think that does any good to North Korean. like CNN, they have to go to North Korea to cover some events, but I think first like morally wrong that you go to a land of concentration camp oppressed and how you're not. And the second of all, of course, is ethically you are.
Okay, we're having some technical difficulties. Looks like Yeonmi's Wi-Fi connection is having some problems. So I'm going to ask my co-director, Ungu, would you like to try to reconnect with her in some way?
Sorry guys, I'm in like abroad, so the internet is doing something funny today.
Okay, she's abroad, so it's internet problem. All right, well, we'll try our best. Maybe you need to type in the chat. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know. So sorry.
Okay, no, we'll do our best. So, okay, but tourism to North Korea doesn't sound like you're for it. So we can mark that down as a no. And let's see. Oh, just use audio. Okay. So Ungu is recommending that you use just the audio, not the video.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. All right. And I'm sorry for people who prefer to look at Yeonmi instead of me.
Okay.
You're going to have to look at me instead.
Oh, I loved looking at you. I get someone looking at is me, so that's a huge favor.
Oh, sorry, everyone has to look at me. Okay, sorry about that. Okay, so let me see. Okay, someone would like to write a play about a North Korean defector. So not sure what defectors would think about it. I think most of them will be fine. You just have to find someone who wants to work with you. Oh, I'm sorry, I should turn the question to Yeonmi. Okay, so Rose asked, says that she would like to write a play about a North Korean defector, but she's not sure what defectors would think about it. So.
Well, yeah. I mean, I can only speak for myself, right? There are like 25 million North Koreans and 31,000 defectors in South Korea. A lot of, not that many, but still some of us in the US, UK. I always like thought about like getting offended is such a silly thing. And I think in any capacity, if you can talk about North Korean people, I mean, as long as you're not going to write about something that is like praising Kim dictatorship, I think you will be so delighted that, you know, I mean, the thing that about Holocaust was that after that tragedy, a lot of movies and the stories, books came out about it to educate all of us. So I do expect if North Korea opens up and we get to see the full truth, there are going to be a huge booming of, you know, the contents made out of North Korean stories. So I expect to see a lot of those once that happens.
Okay. Well, this is the question I know many people ask you. Next book.
Next book.
That's right.
Well, I'm still honestly, guys, going through so much. I'm still not done yet becoming free and becoming a free thinker and free person emotionally. I think after North Korea, of course, a lot of us know there's like physical dictatorship, that you're physically oppressed. But, you know, even after the escape, there's so much to deal with emotionally. So I think once when I feel like I have done like that emotional dictatorship, that journey's ended, I will definitely consider writing a book. I know I have so many ideas. Like I can write a book about, I mean, 100 different things, but one of them is definitely I want to talk about the trauma. It's, I'm not sure if it's gonna be interesting, but I definitely think there's something people need to understand what trauma does to humans and how the survivors, go through with that experience. So,
Mm.
yeah.
Yeah. Well, I've said for years that I think
Mhm.
people don't know Yeonmi Park. And what I mean is that back when we worked together, I mean, we would be talking about something and you would just talk about the history of like some group in India and just go into great detail about it. I think lots of people don't realize that you're not only someone who knows about North Korea, but lots of topics. So your next book might not be about North Korea. Might be, yeah, it might be something completely different, such as about trauma. Okay, so
Yeah.
now Gunner says it's very hard to get over trauma. You're doing amazing, Yeonmi. Your bravery and all the speakers here today, it's incredible. It's hard to be vulnerable in public. So you're getting people to support you about that. And then
Mm.
here's a question from Sabina. She asked, do you think the
Mhm.
perception of North Korean
Mm.
defectors is slowly changing internationally due to increase in awareness thanks to people like you? So do you think people are learning more about North Korean defectors?
Absolutely. Like in South Korea, that change happened through those TV shows. I don't know if Casey, you can say something about it, right?
Mm.
Before North Korea was always viewed in the light of,
Mm-mm.
documentaries, how horrible it is. Can you hear
Oh
me
yeah, I
okay
can
now?
hear you now. Yes.
Okay, okay. So in the past, like before those TV shows and especially the internet right now, there is some kind of this booming among the defectors, they want to be their own narrators of their story. And nothing else like gave them kind of platform like YouTube did. And also before that, also those TV shows in South Korea showing this vibrant, the people who is in control of the situation. It wasn't like, so I think there's a huge shift. And also nowadays we are highlighting way more younger generation of defectors, like the Seohyun, Evelyn, everybody you had, Cherie, right? The defectors who came out to the world, who learn English and has a way global perspective. So, I think it's gonna definitely, we have such a bright future with the leaders like my fellow defectors who spoke today here, who can reach so many different people with different stories.
Mm. Okay. And okay. Sabina asked, do people in North Korea have pets? And do the elite keep animals like cats or dogs, like in their homes?
Mm. So, well, I mean, the thing is that in North Korea, it's never a country has more unequal than North Korea is. North Korea divides people into three categories of three different caste system, and even within three categories, they divide into way more like subcategories. So like everybody has a different life experience. I definitely know there are some people in Pyongyang keeps the dogs as just pets, pure pet like purpose, but a lot of them have dogs in the countryside for, I mean, eating. And I think I really hope that people become less judgmental because, literally children, women, people dying from not having food. So in that scenario, like what can we judge? It's to the point where even 90s, the cannibalism happening. And that is like people saying like, oh, don't talk about that, that's very dehumanizing North Koreans. Like, no, even in America people had some cannibalism and they were going to the West and starting new history. So that just proves that how desperate and how poor North Koreans are. So affording a pet in the countryside, that is not actually realistic for the commoners like I was. But I know that there's some people who are doing that in Pyongyang for just, they had just tons of food. They're offered to have, have a pet for sure.
Okay. What was I'm sorry, I lost track. Oh, Powered by Notes
Mm.
asked, what was the biggest surprise about the outside world after you got out of North Korea?
The surprise was not like, now I'm living in America, I'm going to, Canada, like that kind of surprise. Like literally when de facto, myself, when I was leaving North Korea and going to a different country, it was a different planet, There were different common sense. Like how can I ever imagine a world where I go turn a switch, the electricity comes, hot water and cold water comes, People talking about animals' rights.
I'd like to ask you a question. I think people don't know how much you read.
In North Korea.
Yeah, yeah. I think people don't know how much you read. And you told the story that when you were in North Korea, that you would go to the library and that you had to take firewood with you. And I remember when you were in South Korea, that one day after we recorded the show, you saw a library and you said, let's stop the taxi. You got out and you wanted to go inside the library and talk to the librarian and find out about this place. And I also recall that I think it was like the year 2011 or so that you read 100 books in 1 year. So what is it that drives you to be so such a voracious reader where you're just reading all the time? Yeah, we lost her. Okay.
Yes. So I heard like I read 100 books, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I'm so sorry everybody for being patient with me. It's really outside of my control with the internet connection.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. Like reading is still what helped me to stay sane. Even with reading, you gotta be smart. You do like what you choose to read. So the free word, and it's.
Okay, you're going in and out still. Okay, so I'm going to talk to my co-director, Eungu Lee.
Yeah. Yes, Eungu.
Yeah, we're still having some trouble now. Yeah, you're not paying attention? So we're still having some trouble now. Yeah. So what would you like to do? Yeah. I don't know if we can really continue because it seems that, it's not a real conversation. Yeah. Well, okay, Yeonmi. I think we just have to call it quits because I don't think we can really be able to ask you the questions and get the answers. And you can't answer that. Okay. All right. So Yeonmi, I'm going to ask you to come on my show one day, and hopefully we can get a better connection that day, and that we can try to have a proper discussion. So yeah, sorry
That'll be
everybody.
amazing. I'm very sorry, everyone.
Yeah, it's okay. Yeah, you're an international person, so you're traveling now, I guess. So yeah, it didn't work out this time. But yeah, we'll try again another day. And thank you for inviting me on your channel recently, by the way. That was so good. Yeah.
It's always a pleasure. I cannot wait to be on your show and talk about more anything, really.
Okay, fantastic. Okay. All right. Well, thank you. We didn't quite get as much as we wanted, but we got to hear from Yeonmi Park. So thank you so much to Yeonmi for joining us.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you guys again. And I'm so sorry about that again.
Okay, no problem. We'll work it out another time. Thank you so much.
Okay. All right. Love you guys.
Okay. Bye.
Bye.
Okay. All right. Eungu, you can come join me. Yes. Pull up a chair. Right, sweet. Okay. Microphone's on. Okay. Thank you so much to everybody for joining us. It's been, wait, what time is it?
5 a.m.
4:55 a.m. Oh my goodness. So thanks so much to all of the speakers who joined. And of course, we have to thank the sponsor, Uni Korea, also Atlas Network for their support. And
today's staff.
Yes.
Tahe. And then our online team.
Yeah, we have a whole team here. I wish I could show you all of what's going on.
Yes.
And yeah, I'm going to sleep until Tuesday.
And then also really appreciate all speakers, North Korean refugee speakers who really needs the brave to speak out their voices. And also happy to see all again the college students. They really helped me behind, such as fun Raffle time and then quiz time. And whenever I see, I'm always impressive how they operate well. Yeah.
So now, April 11th, we're going to be having a session. We'll be taking questions from people who want to learn more about what we're doing as an organization. Maybe there's some way to get involved. And then May 15th, we're going to have the Asia Regional Forum. So we'll be making some announcements about that soon. Glenn asked the most important question, donation.
Wow.
Yes. Okay, lovetnkr.org. lovetnkr.org is our current website. We're going to be moving to
could you share
FSI.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right, staff. So please go ahead and share it. But of course, find me on the internet, Casey Lartigue, and I will talk all day about donations as long as you want to engage with me about that. So that's our donation page. Lots of links. Network for Good. GoFundMe's not as good these days for us, but whatever, other different possibilities. And
also, before closing, I want to really appreciate Casey. Yeah, he's take charge of whole conference forum. So I'm sure he should sleep.
Until Tuesday.
He's awake.
Don't bother me, anybody. So, yeah.
Thank you very much, Casey.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your organizing. And yes, Sandia says also the FSI Facebook page has fundraisers. So please go there also. So May 15th, Asia Regional Forum.
Yes.
Online also. Yes, and Ungu will be managing all the logistics for that also. And then, of course, we'll be having our 14th English Speech Contest in August and lots of other pop-up events and lots of ways to get the word out, share the voices of North Korean refugees. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much, everyone.